us. And, I want to just acknowledge the people that are already in the Zoom room. So it's really exciting. Welcome. And this is our 15th show, Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. And tonight's show is all about celebrating the Harmonic Convergence 2020. We've got that superstar Mark Sims with us. And we're going to really celebrate some of the amazing things that happened and talk about what's next. We're going to show you some wonderful UFO footage. We're going to hear from Larissa Stowe and Shakina Rose doing music. We've got these amazing videos that Mark has produced that are just gorgeous. We're going to see UFO footage and hear from amazing speakers. So it's going to be a great show. And to kind of get us kicked off, those of you who arrived early, and I want to welcome those of you still coming in, we're going to show some videos of UFO footage that's recently been taken. And this first one just came in. Mark sent it to me today. I haven't even had time to watch it myself, but I'm excited to see it. So let's take a look. And this is UFOs over Las Vegas.
Hey, Scott, did you forget to enable the audio with that video?
The audio's, no audio?
No audio with the video when you played it.
Well, Well, I'm so glad this is just at the beginning. Let's see. All right, let's try again. Oh, you know what? I had clicked them and they did get unclicked. So thank you, Mark. Thanks for catching
You bet.
that. All right, here we go. For the 34 of you already in the Zoom room, thank you for your patience. Let's give that a try again. Now that was fun. That was really, really fun. Hey, Mark, I'm curious, can you tell us a little bit about the history of that video? You just sent it to me today, and I don't even know what the story is on it.
Yes, it was done by a friend of mine named Matt Piper, who lives in Las Vegas. And you know, he sent this to, I believe, Tamora Hoffman, and who they know each other well. And Maura passed it along to me, actually. So it was indirectly that it got to me. He did not send it to me directly, but he did a great job. Clearly, he has a really great setup. If you saw that night vision camera on a stand, and he had such a great place to view from during our July 13th and 14th meditation, that wave that we did. And they showed up right on cue. If you watch the timer down in the left-hand corner, that was July 13th at 21:22 p.m., which is 9:22 p.m. And that's right when I had finished that first meditation. So they showed up right on cue.
Wow, beautiful. Well, we're going to show another video that Mark sent me. And this is kind of a form. This is the Orcas Island video. So let's take a look at that. And
that is really.
And I want to welcome all of our friends. We are kind of getting ready,
but
thanks
it's
for coming
not
in.
really capturing it. Oh my God.
Can we zoom in on it?
All right, here we go.
That is really
Dude.
outrageous. It is unusual.
What the?
Are you getting it?
Yeah, but it's not
so glad we came out
really
here.
capturing it. Oh my God. Oh my
Can
God.
we zoom in on it?
What? My phone is just not doing it justice at all. I just have to look at it.
Right.
What the?
I'm so glad we came out here.
Oh my God.
That is really outrageous. Are you getting it?
Yeah, but it's not really
My phone is just not
capturing
doing
it.
it justice
Oh my
at all.
God.
I just have to look at it.
Right. Can you zoom in on it? Just enjoy it. That is
Dude.
really outrageous. Unusual.
What the?
Are you getting it?
Yeah, but it's
so glad
not
we came out here.
really capturing it. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Can you zoom in on it?
What? My phone is just not doing it justice at all. I just have to look at it.
Unusual.
What the?
Just enjoy it. I'm so glad we came out here.
Oh my God.
That is really outrageous. Are you getting it?
Yeah, but it's not really
My phone is just not
capturing
doing it
it.
justice. Scott, you may be muted if you're talking.
Is unusual.
Yeah, I just noticed that it's the same video on a loop. So it took me a moment to reach that.
Oh my God.
Oh, I got to turn it off. Hold on.
What?
All right, there we go. Yeah, I realized it was on a loop. Do you know what the story is about that particular video, Mark?
I don't. It just came in to, so I've been getting dozens of videos coming in, and so have other members of our team. I haven't even had time to go through all my emails. I've been overloaded. So, and I've been trying to get back to people personally over the last 3-4 days. And so I still have videos that I haven't even watched. One guy sent in 14 individual videos, which you are going to show very soon. That the one with the huge ship is really cute because his daughter's out there with him, and you can hear her. And he has a 3-gen military grade night vision scope that he's capturing the video on. So this next one, I think that you're queuing up is one of my favorites because you hear the whole family talking about it.
Yep. Yep. Hold on. So let me close this.
Make a very big blink.
I'm going to play it on so everybody can see it. Hang on 1 second. I got to pause it there. Hold it up. All right. Yeah, this is really, really fun. So you guys are going to love this. Here we go. And I love the little kid in the background.
Holy cow, that's humongous and bright.
Wow, that's enormous.
Your place make a very big blink.
Very big blink.
That's really close to Earth.
That is huge.
And
Hey,
we know
Amanda,
where
Now
it
that's
is.
a laser pointer
think it
that
is.
Wow.
that they're using to
Thank
point
you.
at it.
That's definitely a ship, kids. Say hi.
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 Hello.
Hi. But I can't hear me.
Yes, they can.
Telepathy, remember?
Hello. Why are you dipping out? Why are you getting dipping? Thank you for coming so much.
There you go.
There you go. We say gratitude.
I can still see you. A million guys.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
That was beautiful. What a blessing.
And it's going around the world for everybody else to see.
It very well might be going to all the different places for everybody. Oh, that'd be fun though if they came back or did some type of shape, huh?
Yeah.
Or came down.
You know, I don't know if everybody could hear, but at the end, the little boy is saying goodbye and then kind of waving goodbye. It's really, really sweet. We're going to show one more video. And again, I want to welcome everybody who's come in. And this is going to be the one of Mark's beautifully produced videos. Mark, you want to talk a little bit about the new version of the Arrival Countdown?
Well, the one that you're going to show right now, I believe, is the one that was done by Craig Campobasso, a very dear friend of mine who was interviewed during the Harmonic Convergence 10-day event. He's on tonight, I believe. Yeah, there he is. Hi, Craig. Wave to everybody. So Craig is in the movie business, and he did the video direction for this video that you're about to watch. This was our lead anthem that we played every morning during the 10 days, just to get people riled up about the coming 7-hour program that we did. And so, you know, Craig may want to say a thing or two before we play it. Craig, would you like to unmute yourself and just share anything that you would like to share about the video?
Okay, unmuted, right? Can you hear me
we hear
okay?
you, Greg. Yep.
Beautiful. It was very fun to create this video, just using the harmony of everybody that's on the planet and tying it all together with star people up in the sky and making the connection through all of the different races on the planet and seeing the harmony. And then we have Superman, who's a wonderful Indian rapper, doing dancing. And, you know, and then at the very end of the video, we actually dedicate the video to Valiant Thor from The Stranger at the Pentagon movie as well. And I think there's a link that people can go to and learn more about him.
Great.
So, hence what's behind me.
Right. And I want to just welcome everybody because we're actually just about to officially start the show. So I need to do a little welcome. For all of the people in our Zoom room, and we've got over 200 people that have come into our Zoom room already, thank you for putting in your name and where you're from. Beautiful to see people all the way from Canada, Argentina, Los Angeles, Brazil, Australia, Tokyo. So it's very exciting to have people from all over the world joining us. And we are going to go live on Facebook now. And so I just want to welcome our Facebook friends in a moment. All right, we are live on Facebook. Hello, Facebook friends. And I'm Love Coach Scott Katamas. And this is our 15th episode of Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. And we've got an amazing show. It's going to be all about celebrating the Harmonic Convergence 2020 that just took place. We've got amazing video of UFOs. We've got musicians like Larissa Stowe and Shakina Rose, magic with Jeff McBride, and a whole wide variety of great speakers, all talking about interdimensional and extraterrestrial experiences. And if you're a skeptic, great, that's okay too. We're going to have a wonderful dialogue, a wonderful time. And we're going to kick it off by starting with a showing of a video that's kind of sums it all up. It's called The Arrival Countdown. The two creators, Mark Sims and Craig Campobasso, are with us. So we just heard from them a little bit. And I want to encourage everybody, please, while you're watching the video, share this out on Facebook. All right, you can go to lovecoachacademy.com and find it there, or you can go to the Love Coach Academy Facebook page, or if you're already on Facebook, you're watching this right now, share it out. Let's get a lot of new people enjoying what we have to offer. All right, here we go with the Arrival Countdown.
Hey, Scott, I think we lost the sound for some reason.
Yeah, I have no sound.
Wow, that is amazing. Absolutely amazing show. Welcome, everybody. What a great start. We're going to hear from them later on, but I just want to spotlight briefly Mark, who makes all this happen, and we're going to hear a lot from Mark tonight. And the video you just saw was created by Mark and Craig. We're going to hear from Craig shortly as well. I'm Love Coach Scott Katamas, and this is Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. And we want to, again, encourage everybody to share this out with their friends. We've got about 400 people in the Zoom room with us, and some great panelists. And we want to thank all of our sponsors that helped to make this happen. New Realities TV is carrying us and streaming us. So thank you very much, Alan Steinfeld, for that. Thank you, Mark, for making this show happen. And I've already shared a lot, so I'm going to go straight to my partner, Deborah Giusti, who is remarkable. Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. And yes, welcome everyone to what is going to be another amazing show. This is our 14th show that we've done since the lockdown, and everyone's been extraordinary. And this again is going to go over the top because we are celebrating the Harmonic Convergence. The theme is the highlights of the Harmonic Convergence and what's next. This is a special edition that honors the convergence that took place recently, July 5th through 14th, which was a consciousness-raising event that happened worldwide, and literally hundreds of thousands of people gathered all over the world to come together in spirit for the transformation that's possible right now on our planet, and welcome the evolution of the awareness and reality of communion with our galactic family. And on the night of the 14th, which was the peak of the astrological alignment, people gathered all over the world and had internal and external experiences that had them know that we are connected to a much greater reality than our human family tends to admit and realize. But we are coming together to show that now. And we're going to hear from a lot of people on the show. We're also going to have more clips of actual sightings that have happened. And people are going to share authentically of their experience. But the main point is this is just the beginning of what can happen now during these highly evolutionary times. So we're coming together to share what's next and what we can do together to continue this evolution of consciousness worldwide. And tonight we have incredible luminaries with us. Of course, we have Mark Sims, the executive producer of Harmonic Convergence. We'll have James Gillian of Assetti Ranch, who's been on the forefront of the galactic movement for so long. Clifford Mahudi, Azuni Elder, Laura Eisenhower, Craig Campobasso, Elizabeth April, Costa Macreas, Neil Gar, Maya Monasterius, and Adam Apollo. And as always, we have amazing music with Larissa Stowe, Shakina Rose. We will have Olax back again, Andreas and Zarina. And we're going to have magic. We always have entertainment with the famous Jeff McBride. And we invite you to continue to invite your friends. I'm going to put the link where people can still join us on Zoom in the chat box. So go ahead and send it out to your friends. Post on Facebook. I'll put the link there where you can share on Facebook. And please stick around to the end. We always do an experience called Community Connections, where you can actually come on as a panelist and share a 1-minute transmission from your heart about the show, about the times, or whatever you feel is important for community to hear. And now, also we finance the show and take advantage of the show and all the wonderful resources of the show by gifting with GoFundMe. And we have a nonprofit that we serve each show, and we use the gifting economy where we give this show to you for free, and then we request that you give back to us at whatever level you like. We give a large portion of that money to a very valuable nonprofit, which this time it's going to be Zanzibar Learning for Life Foundation. And then we take some of the expenses also so we can continue to produce the show. And we'll put a link in the chat box for the GoFundMe, or you can just go to Google and go GoFundMe and search Global Peace Tribe. And we'll talk more about the organization later. But I want to introduce our co-host of the show, Mark Sims. He is an amazing man. He had a spiritual directive to do a worldwide global movement. Now, if most of us had that, spirit telling us to gather thousands of people for a consciousness raising event to become aware of our galactic family, I don't know if all of us would take on that challenge. And Mark had people telling him he was crazy, but he went in his heart and his soul, and he knew he had to do that. He put his resources, his heart, his wisdom, all his whole life into this project. And from what I can see, he's not stopping. And with that, I've seen him become the spiritual teacher that he is meant to be. He is become amazing in the last few months of what he's sharing with us, what he's channeling, what he's teaching us, and all the amazing people he's gathered around us. So I'd like to turn this over to Mark and have us all give him so much appreciation and love. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Deborah. And thank you, everyone, for your support and for being here to be witnessed and a part of something that's truly remarkable. And in my opinion, this is the biggest event in human history about the event that just took place, but it really was just the beginning of something that will continue for the next 10 years, according to my sources. You mentioned, Deborah, me as being a spiritual, I don't know exactly if you use the word leader or teacher, but I do consider myself a professor of a kind. For those of you that don't know my story, I am a serial entrepreneur. I've started 3 successful companies. My background is in the IT industry. My first company was an internet security company that that was purchased in 1999. We were the first pure play internet security company in the world. Phenomenal rocket ride, a business I started out of the basement of my home and sold it 8 years later. Then I retired. I started a second business, which was a 3D modeling company to create a special CAD system for designing and synthesizing nanomachines, these tiny robots that are made out of atoms, individual atoms. So I developed a CAD system for rapidly designing massively chemical systems for the purpose of simulating their properties and their function, and then hopefully fabricating and synthesizing these. And the motivation for this was, I believe, nanotechnology could benefit the world in very positive ways and improve the human condition. Then I took up ballroom dancing. I became a champion amateur ballroom dancer. And it was during that period that I had my spiritual awakening, this is what I call it now, where I met an extraterrestrial at one of Stephen Greer's 6-day retreats. And it forever changed my life. And it was there that I began understanding for the first time the true nature of reality, our place in that reality. And I have now, since that time, have taken up my efforts, or my purpose now is to teach you all, anybody who will listen to me, the science behind the metaphysical and the paranormal, especially as it relates to the UFO phenomenon, because it's such a bizarre field of study. And with Tejbar's mentorship, I was instructed to teach myself certain sciences and certain mystery school esoteric knowledge. And now I've synthesized that into a course that I hope to teach soon. And it just simply explains in scientific terms this multidimensional reality of which we are a subset. And so I'm looking forward to that. And so thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Scott.
Me too.
Thank you, Mark. And we're going to hear a lot more from Mark as he introduces some of his guests and leads us into a meditation and shares some of the highlights of the last 10 days. But now it's time for music, and to introduce our first musician. She's coming back. We love her. Deborah, you want to tell us about Larissa?
Definitely. We'd love to start with some great music because that raises the energy and connects us all together. So that's why we invited Larissa Stowe to do our first song. She is an amazing goddess, so talented. She's a magical musical artist. She's a songwriter, spiritual transmitter, divine feminine goddess who has established an edgy brand of sacred world mantra rock. So she can take us on a very deep journey into our hearts and souls, but then she can also get us up dancing and smiling to the passionate rhythms. And she performs at all the popular music festivals, and we love her, and we're so happy to have her now. So thank you so much, Larissa Stowe.
Thank you, Deborah. I'm just very grateful to be here, and this is an exciting time, and I'm grateful to be here with Mark on the show. Just being a part of this amazing event, the Harmonic Convergence, was just so incredible, so up-leveling, you know, as we like to think and feel into right now. It's such an important time. It's epic. Like, this is an epic time for us to connect to our spirit in a way that we haven't before. And I wanted to share an older song, but this is a song that asks a question that I think that right now we can really bring this in. Like, we can really bring in what this is calling forth. So I invite you to feel into what you would call forth. Oh, that's right. We're going to turn off the fan. We're coming from home, from the temple. I know the hope that binds me. I know the fire that burns me, 'cause I came here willing late. I bit the apple, I drank the potion, I took the boat out of the ocean. Now I'm naked, I'm alone at sea. I'm wondering if I am insane. I'm wondering how the saints played and won the game. Why must we die to go to heaven? Why can't heaven happen down here? What makes us think we're gonna change our behavior? 'Cause we meet up with the Savior. What makes us silent? What makes a Martin Luther King? What makes all of us live on the edge in between? We hear the silence, we see the crash, we feed our trivia as they light the match. Isn't the second sound sitting around and doing nothing? And I'm wondering why angels fly while we wear chains. Why must we die to go to heaven? Why can't heaven happen down here? What makes me think I'm gonna change my behavior? 'Cause I meet up with my Savior. Yeah, 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 yeah. Why must we die to go to heaven? Why can't heaven happen down here? What makes us think we're gonna change our behavior? 'Cause we meet up
with the Savior. Why must we die to go to heaven? Why can't heaven happen now here? What makes us think we're gonna change our behavior? 'Cause we meet up with the Maker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You take us to heaven with your song, I'll tell you that. Thank you. And you know what's wonderful, everybody? Larissa is going to be back for one more live song and to premiere this incredible video that she and Mark created together. So we're really excited about that. And so for those of you who came on at the very beginning, you saw a very special video that was created by Craig Campobasso. And Craig, thank you. Welcome to our show.
Hi, everybody.
So tell us just briefly a little bit about kind of how you got involved, connected with Mark, and then going to ask you a few more questions. But how'd this incredible marriage begin, and what's it been like working with him and watching all of this?
Well, I was screening the short film that I made, Stranger at the Pentagon, up at a UFO conference in Mount Shasta. And Mark and I met there and were long lost soul brothers and talked for the entire weekend. And then we have just literally ran into each other over time. And anyway, so Mark called me and asked if I wanted to direct a video. And I said yes. And so we did the Arrival Countdown, which was so much fun to do.
Well, let me tell everybody a little bit more about Craig. He's a multiple award-winning filmmaker and Emmy-nominated casting director. Started at the age of 15 in the entertainment business. He's well known for writing and producing the short film Stranger at the Pentagon, which you just mentioned, adapted by from the popular book. And after production, this short film got so many accolades that he began to appear on different interview shows, including George Norrie's show, Gaia TV, History Channel, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, in looking at you a little bit, Craig, and researching you, I'm going to pull up a couple of things here.
Sure.
Tell a little bit about what we're looking at here. Hopefully the screen share will work. There we go. Tell us about this. What is this saga that you've written?
It's the autobiography of an extraterrestrial saga. It's right now it's a 4-part book series. I'm writing the 5th book right now. It will be a total of 7. I'll give you a very short condensed version. When I was 26 years old, I had a major spiritual awakening with master teachers across this universe, other universes, and other super universes who put me through a bunch of spiritual tests to get my vibration ready, and then said, we're here to help you write this book series, and we'd like you to sit down and just start writing and don't change a word that comes out of your mouth. So I didn't even know what channeling was back then. I didn't even know what duality was. I didn't know what spirituality was. So it was very electrifying, I must say. So, yeah.
So, you know, I want to acknowledge that we have a lot of people who are with us who are experiencers and contactees.
Yes.
And we also have a lot of people with us that are kind of like, I don't know about this.
Right.
And so this show, I want to establish, we're very inclusive. We're not promoting a religion or a belief system, but what we are doing is introducing people like Craig and some of the others you're going to meet tonight who've had remarkable experiences. And so, Craig, tell us a little bit more about your experience and how that obviously has shaped you.
Well, it shaped me from the time I was 26 all the way to now, and I'm 60 years old. So um, it just keeps escalating more and more and more as you learn. And the thing that I was taught was how to understand what emotions were and understand what the power behind thought is. So in a nutshell, it's like we have the power, we think a thought, we think on that thought if we're going to create it or destroy it, whether it's positive or negative. And then when we are asleep, if we create that thought in vengeance or in a negative connotation, then we just set ourselves on the wheel of karma, and we're constantly going back and forth until some kind of equilibrium comes to both parties or to the group or to whatever. But then when you start to wake up and you understand that, you start to look at things in a different light. Is that, why am I thinking that way? And why am I having all these feelings running through me? So maybe I should take a look at myself and let me process all of these emotions and then come back to the table when I have a more balanced mind perspective. So I went through many years of going through that and just understanding. And I work in the film business. It is a crazy business, lots of tempers, lots of things. And producers and directors always say to me, I cannot even understand how you stay so calm. And, you know, really it's learning this, but also taking at least 5 minutes a day, especially in the morning, to do a meditation. Mark always begins with who, which is the universal vibration. It's great. You could just do that 3 times. A quick little, to remove negativity, you could put a barrel around yourself in your mind when you start to meditate after you do the who, and you let it start to agitate, and that will start breaking up all the debris in your aura that needs to go. And then you turn that barrel into a magnet, and then you think of it as little hematite stones this big, and they start punching from the inside and pulling all of that debris into that magnet. Once you feel clear and cleansed, then you can remove that barrel, and then you place a giant magnet above your head, a big oval, and you ask that magnet to pull up all of the negative debris that's left over, anything that is, you know, from your thoughts and any of your spiritual bodies, your physical body. And when that is done, then you place green light around that magnet for healing, pink for love, purple for spirituality, and then silver for Mother God, and gold for Father God. And then you let that condense into an orb, and you send that up into the heavens, and those colors will transform all that energy, because you don't want it hanging around you or your house or on the ground where you're going to just pick it up again.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, Craig, there's so much I want to ask you, and unfortunately, because it's a fast-paced variety
It's a short show, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd like to invite you to be on my Friday night talk show. Mark was on it last night with some of our other guests, and that's where we can go more in depth. So I'm wondering if you'd be
Yes.
willing to be on one of our Friday.
I would love to.
And then we can really go. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, maybe even
Thank
next.
you, Scott.
Yeah, maybe even next week. So.
Okay. Text me.
I will. Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much, Craig. Thank you.
You're welcome. You guys are awesome, both you and Deborah.
Well, we're having a lot of fun. Everybody on this show is a lot of fun. And
yes.
Speaking of Deborah, I'm going to put the spotlight back on her to introduce our next guest.
Great. Thank you so much, Craig. And this woman actually gives me hope. She represents part of the younger generation of light workers and starseeds. And when I saw her on YouTube, I went, woohoo! She is actually a magical, mystical, amazing teacher, spiritual transmitter, and she's here to support the revolution of these times. She is an intuitive channeler, and she has the ability to go into other realms and other dimensions, including the galactic dimension. She actually gets transmissions from the Galactic Federation that are amazing and very timely. She has a YouTube channel. I tune into it every week, always transmitting a wide variety of topics of what comes through her. And she has thousands of the younger generation following her and waking up. She is definitely a light worker here to do her work, and she's full on. And I'm so appreciating you being here, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. And definitely share with us what you'd like to share at this important time. Much love.
Yeah, thank you so much. I definitely want to start off by having a huge thank you to both Deborah and Mark for putting all of this on tonight, and then the whole Harmonizing Convergence. So incredible, so many beautiful speakers. I'm just so privileged to be here, a part of, you know, all of these beautiful beings. I only have 5 minutes, but I have a big message to send to everyone. First of all, I want to start off by saying this is by far the most impactful, powerful time to exist, to live on the planet. So it's a very exciting time to be here, but also a very upheaving and tumultuous and difficult and polarizing time to be here as well. So I want to start off by just making an announcement to all of the souls who are watching and participating in this to say, you chose to be here. You volunteered yourself to be here on this planet at this time. And that means that you are strong enough, you are powerful enough to handle whatever is coming your way right here, right now. And on top of that, not only are you dealing with what life is bringing you emotionally, spiritually, energetically, physically, but you are also dealing with all of your past life karma and all of the ancestral energy that you have not yet dealt with. So some of the heaviness that you've been experiencing lately, energetically and physically, is not unfounded, right? In a lot of ways, this energy goes so deep into your soul. So I just want to say, take it easy on yourself. There's so many times when we have these high expectations, we step into our vibration, we expect that we're going to change the world, and you can, but you first have to clear yourself of the polarity that is holding you down into the third dimension density. And the main message that I want to share with all of you today is that we are creating a new normal. And I think that that right there is pretty obvious in so many ways. And if you're sitting at home and you're thinking to yourself, why can't things just go back to the way that they were? I have to tell you that they're not going to. And your new normal is essentially your new paradigm. And it is imperative that you understand that this is a perfect time to manifest your ideal life. So I have 3 things that I want to say to all of you about what's next. The first thing is clear space. Make sure you are clearing the old energy from your life that is no longer serving you. It could be a job, it could be a person, it could be a family member even, it could be a living situation, but clear space in your life of anything that is disharmonic to you and pulling you back into fear and back into polarity. And the second thing that I want to mention is integration. All of you, especially those of you who showed up for Harmonic Convergence, are integrating profound insights from profound teachers all over the world. So give yourself space to just take a moment and take a breath and integrate what you have learned. If you are constantly seeking for knowledge, you are constantly seeking outside of yourself, even if it's high vibrational stuff, it's still seeking outside of yourself. You have all of the knowledge that you have heard from everyone in the past 2 weeks, and that is within you. And the second that you realize that that information is within you and that you are a powerful being just waiting for full expression, that is when you start to co-create your reality. You move from the passenger seat of the vehicle to the driver's seat. And the third and final thing that I want to say about you creating a new normal, which is essentially a new paradigm, is that this is the perfect time to manifest. Right now, through clearing space, through letting go of what doesn't serve you, through integrating what does serve you, now is the time, right now, not just to co-create your own individual reality and step into a higher vibrational frequency that serves you, but also this is the time to co-create a unifying, harmonizing reality that all of us can step into across this entire planet. You need to realize that your thoughts create your reality, and the world is ready for you to step up so that we can all step up together. Once again, thank you guys so much for having me on. Super appreciate it. Obviously, if anyone resonates with me, my name is Elizabeth April. So check out my YouTube because that's where I share the most amount of information and it's all free. So yeah, have at it. Once again, thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Mark, so much for having me on. Such a pleasure.
Elizabeth, just fantastic. Thank you so much for that wisdom. You know, I want to just ask you one quick question, because when you were talking about overly seeking, one of the things we teach in Love Coach Academy is not to grasp, but to be receptive, right? And it's even the masculine side, you know, we want to grasp, but learning how to really be receptive and go within. And so I just really want to appreciate you for saying that. And anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest word that comes to mind when you mention that is allow, right? To allow in that space and just to sit in your own power. Most of us don't do that. We're used to seeking in 3D, and now we're used to seeking in 5D, and that's still going to put you into polarity. So ultimately, just sit in a space of silence and allow that energy to come through.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being, and I hope you'll come back on our show again.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you,
I'd
guys.
love to have you also come onto the talk show where we can really hear from you for quite a while. So thank you. All right. Well, I'm now putting the spotlight onto Shakina Rose. And wow, she's remarkable. She's an angel messenger, language of light songstress, sound healer, Blu-ray channel healer, intuitive empathetic, spiritual psychic, and the creator of the Sedona Star World Peace Angel, frequency crystals for the vortex pendants. Wow, she does a lot. You know, science has analyzed the voice you're about to hear, the voice of Shakina Rose, and verified that her vocals contain the whole lost scale of the ancient Salvigio scale. Salvigio. I'm going to ask you to pronounce that correct for me. The bottom line is this is where DNA repair takes place. And it includes the breakthrough mathematical equations of creation by scientist Mark Rodin and other frequencies that have not even been discovered yet. So we are very blessed to have Shakina with us tonight, sharing her wisdom through her voice. Welcome, Shakina. Up, and you look like you are frozen. Aha, this happens sometimes. You know, every show that we do is a miracle, an absolute miracle. And because we're all coming from our own homes, everybody here is in their own home. And every now and then something like this happens where just as we go to one of our speakers, guess what? They have frozen. So I'm gonna take one more look and see if she's unfrozen, and she has not. So Mark, you're next up in our agenda. So I'm gonna put the spotlight on you.
Okay, I'm here, I'm ready.
And would love to have you spend a few minutes giving us just some highlights of what took place during the Harmonic Convergence, and then leading us into our meditation for the night.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who participated in the Harmonic Convergence. This was 5 years in the making. I really dedicated a lot of energy in the form of time and my resources personally and collectively with some of my key people. And so I just really want to honor everyone who took a chance to participate in this amazing experiment, the first of its kind really in human history, in which we attempted to make contact with extraterrestrials on a global level through a synchronized meditation that I developed called the CE6 meditation. And there were so many key people involved in that. I don't have time to go through all of them, but I would like to just say, kind of collectively, there were the people of Unify. That was Patrick Cronfley, Beta Bird Mountain, and Adil Kassam. They're all dear friends of mine. I serendipitously met them in 2015 at a through a mutual friend, and under circumstances that I look back on now and know it was divinely orchestrated. This was just a few months after my vision of organizing the Harmonic Convergence, which came through a meditation that I did daily every morning. And I had it, the same vision, exactly the same vision, which was very strange and much like a movie I was viewing on the inside of my eyelids. And these dates popped up as I'm observing this global meditation of July 5th, 2020 and July 14th, 2020. And then from that point on, and so a few months later, I was in Berkeley, California. I had flown in to have a meeting with Danny Sheehan and one of our board directors, Rick Lukens, who organized Farm Aid, if you remember Farm Aid back in the day. And it was Rick Lukens who also not only sat on the board of an organization that Danny Sheehan and I co-founded called the New Paradigm College. He also sat on the board of Unify, and we were trying, the board of the New Paradigm College was attempting to establish a headquarters with an executive director that we had hired in Berkeley, California, very close to the campus. And Unify was trying to raise money to buy a property very close to the campus. And it was suggested that maybe our organization could provide the necessary money to buy this property, and we could co-inhabit or cohabit the facility, and it would be a shared headquarters for Unify and for the New Paradigm College. And so that's how I met Patrick and the other people at Unify. And I told them then about this vision I had, and they were, since they were an organization that had specialized in organizing global meditations, I felt that this had been divinely arranged. And so it's really interesting. That's a backstory many people aren't aware of. And it's just such a pleasure to have worked with them, and they did such a great job. And I just want to tip my hat to all the people that were part of that Unify team that worked with my team at Loving, Giving, Serving All, which is the sponsor tonight of this event. So those that don't know, Loving, Giving, Serving All is a nonprofit that Tejbar encouraged me to begin or to found back in 2014. And back then I just did what I was told. I didn't ask many questions. I just went with the flow, so to speak. And little did I know this would be the organization that would actually fund the Harmonic Convergence in 2020 and fund as a sponsor tonight's program in part. So anyway, getting back to the event itself, it's just amazing because I went through such a journey over the last 8 years to get to this point, and especially the last 5 years from the time I had the vision. And looking back on it, it's truly a miracle and proof to me yet again that there is some higher power involved in orchestrating things if we just offer ourselves as people of service to the greater good of humanity. And that's what I've done. And in fact, this is something I did back in 2012 when I met Tejbar. He had asked if I would be willing to make a a vow of sorts. I call it a covenant in partnership with Tejbar to dedicate my life to helping heal the planet. And I did that back in 2012, and I've tried my best to fulfill that commitment to him and to the world. And here I stand before you, having pulled off what I think is undoubtedly one of the most amazing events in human history, and the evidence that of the dozens of videos from people all over the world that have sent to me and other people at Unify and at the Harmonic Convergence website, where we had a place where people could submit things. It's clearly, this is the beginning of a major evolution that involves all of humanity. And I have the benefit of having a preview and understanding what's really ahead of us. And I can assure everyone there's nothing to be afraid of. It is amazing beyond your wildest dreams. And I'm just so blessed to be given a role, such an important role in history, to help usher in this new age, this golden age of Aquarius.
You know, absolutely, Mark. And I just want everybody to just take a breath. And I'm going to put the spotlight back on Mark, and then we're actually going to have Shakina Rose do her music.
I think Scott froze this time.
No. As I put the spotlight back on Mark, hopefully I'm not frozen, let's just all bless this man. I just want all of us to give thanks to him for all that he's done and bringing us together in such an amazing way. Maximum grace, Mark Sims. Maximum grace for Mark Sims. Maximum grace for Mark Sims. And maximum grace for all of us, wherever we are in our journey. Like Elizabeth April so beautifully described, we're all in our perfect place in our journey. So we're going to give the spotlight now to Shakina. And hopefully this time it's going to all work out beautifully. As a prelude, I invite all of us as we're listening to the high vibration of her voice to prepare ourselves for Mark's meditation.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a language of light. It's a transmission. And it is a Pleiadian prayer. It is when the Pleiades came to Sedona, and their message was, we are here for peace. Please go into your heart, your higher heart, the place of our divine unity, and let the sound codes take you there.
Shakina?
Yes, yes. Can you
You know
hear
what?
me?
I'm going to ask you to turn your volume up. It's very low. We can hear the music, but your voice is very soft.
Okay.
So if
Can you
your
turn it up?
engineer there can turn the music, turn your
Yes.
voice up a little bit, because we really want to hear you, and it's a little too soft. Wow. Thank you so much. I want to invite all of us just to breathe that in for a moment. The beautiful vibration. Shakina's going to be back. We're going to hear more from her. We're just maintaining this stillness almost. I'm going to turn it over to Mark to lead our meditation.
Thank you, Scott. Really quick, Scott, how long would you do I have for doing a meditation? I can do it very short, or I just want to I want to honor your schedule.
Thank you. If we can keep it to 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay.
And really taking us into that beautiful place that you're so good at doing.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to conclude at 7 on the nose. Okay. Or 6:59. Let's do it then. That's a really cool number. 6, the 5, and the 9, with the 5 in the middle of the yin and yang numbers. 6 and 9. All right, everyone. We're going to do a couple of cleansing breaths. And we do this by exhaling until we can exhale no further. Really try to get the air out of the lungs. Get that stale air that often doesn't get out of the lungs until we really push it out. So let's do that first, and then we're going to breathe in through the nose and then back out through the mouth. Okay, we're going to do 3 cleansing breaths, and then we're going to do the hue. And the hue, the primordial note or sound of creation, is a sacred word that many believe represents the creation itself. Okay, ready? Okay, everyone.
Thank you. So just let's all take a moment and in silence in that space, I invite everyone to hold their highest vision for your life. What's the most wonderful vision you can imagine for your life and, if you wish, for our world? Holding it in the third eye, knowing it to be so, knowing that this is what we are creating. We're all together. Thousands of us watching right now, all together, butterfly cells coming together. We are creating the new world. We are creating heaven on earth. Because you see, this is truly the dawning of the age of Aquarius. With that, it's my pleasure to take us into this really cool video all about the age of Aquarius.
Harmony and understanding, sympathy and trust abounding. No more false or derisions, golden living dreams of visions. In crystal revelation and the mind's true liberation. Aquarius, Aquarius. When lives in the seventh house, and Jupiter lies with Mars, and peace will guide the planets, and love will spin stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, age of Aquarius, Aquarius. Let the sun shine. Let the sun shine in. The sun shining.
Oh my, that's really something. What a beautiful, from Shakina Rose's voice to Mark's meditation to that powerful video. And this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, everybody. The astrological configuration that is the first line of that song is what we're in right now. It's a very, very powerful time. And you know what's amazing? I've been, during the song, I was kind of scanning some of the comments. We've got hundreds of comments coming in. We've got 635 people in our Zoom room, thousands watching on New Realities TV and Facebook. And Gio Mar asked, hey, is there a place where I can go to see or read videos or stories of people's experiences during the Harmonic Convergence, which is a perfect introduction to our next guest. So two things. Next Friday night on my Friday night talk show, that's what we're going to do. We're going to show the videos that are coming into Mark and company and give more opportunity for some of the people who have had experiences. Wonderful, amazing woman I spoke to yesterday named Tiffany, who had an incredible experience with her 11-year-old son. She wants to speak. So next Friday night, definitely check it out, Love Coach Academy. You'll find it there. Make sure we have your email address. And we'll also send out an email to people on our list, letting them know about it. But then this next guest is somebody who's going to talk more about that. It's perfect timing. This is Maya. And Maya is the visionary founder of newstory.earth. She's an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker with over 2 decades working for networks such as National Geographic, NBC, PBS, Disney, and many, many others. Simultaneously to working in the entertainment industry, she grew up as a mystic and a psychic, adeptly trained in mystery schools by many yogis, indigenous elders, and just her bio goes on and on and on. So I'm going to kind of cut to the chase here, that she's partnering, her newstory.earth is partnering with Mark and Mark's organization to really serve our audience by really co-writing this beautiful new story that we are not alone. The goal is to break the spell of our collective assumptions about the nature of reality and our place in the universe. Maya, I sure have enjoyed getting to know you, and thank you for being on our show tonight.
Thank you, Scott. I've enjoyed getting to know you and the whole community here, and of course, working with Mark and the Harmonic Convergence, making history and really paving the way for a new kind of sense making, right? It used to be that we had to wait for the newspapers to say what was true, or for the officials in charge to tell us what to believe. But now it's really about us telling our own story. It's an invitation for us to have our own experience in this unfoldment of this new earth that we're all feeling called to as imaginal cells. I love that you mentioned that earlier, as activated imaginal cells, really coming on, each one of us with unique gifts and unique codes and a contribution to make to what we're all creating together. It's not any one person that's going to be leading the charge here. The future is about the Sangha, as they say in Buddhist terminology. It's about the community leading each other. And what I love about the invitation of what Mark's incredible vision for the Harmonic Convergence was this invitation for the entire planet to participate and to find out for themselves, not just to believe his experience. He just was brave enough to share it and open the doorway for others that have had experiences to also share their story. And for those that are curious to be able to feel the invitation to participate. And really it's an exciting time where so many people across the earth are waking up, and we're able to actually measure that now. One of our partners in this also, she couldn't be here tonight, but her name is Zenka Caro, a dear friend. She has a tool called the Global Awakening Tracker, and New Story is partnered with her. And she has been doing data visualizations of our movement, showing that in the last few years, there's this crazy L curve showing that we are all more and more activated and awakened to self-development, to spiritual evolution, to finding our tribe. I love that this is called the Global Peace Tribe. It's another invitation for us to connect and find each other. And really, there's been this spark, this moment of experience has really sparked a movement. It's not just about this one event of convergence. It's about the fact that there is now all these waves of people coming together and saying, whoa, wait a second. The reality wasn't what I thought it was. And there's an invitation to be in the inquiry and the deeper listening to what it is that we can channel in as individual transmissions of source code, as I like to say, and really start to build the pieces of the new world together. What I love about what we're doing at newstory.earth is it's a crowd-sourced experience of sharing each other's stories and sharing each other's testimonials. That's where a lot of people are coming together to share their videos and written testimonials of their experience from the Harmonic Convergence. But also, it's a platform for many movements in our collective awakening to start to share their stories and be seen as the movement and not just as one leader or a collection of leaders. It's really all of us that are going to make the bigger tapestry of what the future brings. And I'm just so endeared and grateful that I have all of you as partners in that movement. And also just an invitation to co-create, because all of these new technologies that are emerging through us, it's really about being open source. It's about coming together and being in the cocoon, right? Is like being in the emergence of the unknown. And the deeper our listening is, the more innovation and the more magnificent new inventions are going to come through us that are going to be helping us become better planetary stewards is really what I feel. And that was one of the biggest messages that I felt passionate about with the Harmonic Convergence is we're opening up this dialogue for higher guidance, higher cosmic guidance and communication. But really it's about us opening up to more responsible and deeper stewardship of this beautiful planet and all of life, all sentient life. So it's an exciting time to really feel into embodied interconnection in all its beautiful forms, and invite that communion, as I've heard Mark say before too, the communion that we can have with all sentient life, from nature, the nature realm to the cosmic realm. You know, we're all in this together, and this is a much bigger conversation that we're welcoming here, and just excited to be a part of it.
So how do people connect with you, and how do they, kind of the answer to that question, how do they access the stories, and how do they provide their own stories to you?
Great question. So if you go to newstory.earth/THC 2020, there are surveys there. We invited people to do surveys before and after, and there's still a closing survey accessible on there. We recommend people do video testimonials and as well as written. I find that when we actually are brave enough to share each other's stories, it just gives permission for all of us to come out. I definitely have for a long time experienced contact and the mystical, and there was not necessarily a community around me of peers that I felt could support me. And so it's so important now that we find each other, that we know that we're not alone. And that happens when each one of us, like Mark, are brave enough to come on camera and actually share, this is my personal experience. This is what happened. This is what I saw. This is what I know to be true from my perspective. So they can go on newstory.earth and have that opportunity to add their voice to this beautiful tapestry of this new truth, this new story that we're creating. We also are going to have different highlights of the stories that we've been capturing. There's right now a lot, like thousands of people have written in and done written testimonials. We've also done surveys of how they made contact. There's a lot of us that have had physical contact, and a lot of other people that have had contact through dreams. So you can be really specific of what that experience was for you. And as we go, because we've had so many submissions, it's taking us a little bit of time, and we're getting a bunch of volunteers together to help go through all of the footage and all of the testimonials and all the photos to be able to start organizing them and having them displayed on there for everyone to see. But definitely it's not too late to write in and stay in touch. We're also looking for really talented storytellers or people that are passionate about learning the power of storytelling, because we're really calling in a community to co-create with all this footage and co-create the movement together. And so there's an exciting opportunity to be part of a team of amazing, awake storytellers in this new movement, and many movements to come.
Last question for now. Can you share with us one really cool story that's come in, just as a teaser? And then next Friday night, we're going to really go deep into as many as we can. But share with us one tidbit.
Can I share Tiffany's?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would say that the cool thing about this movement, I mean, there's many aspects that are amazing, but it's not, so much of what we do often, we can come into traps of preaching to the choir. And what I loved about this is it was so inclusive. And we had, so many people bringing in the science, bringing in the ancient indigenous wisdom. There was just a convergence of seeing this subject from all different angles. And so a lot of people were invited in, especially the global peace movement, to experiment with what would happen. And we had a press team that actually came in because they love Unify, they love the global peace movement, but they themselves had never had contact and were kind of skeptical if this was going to actually happen. To call in light ships was a bold, audacious goal of Mark's, but they participated because they loved the meditation. They participated, and she was there with her 11-year-old son, who was also skeptic. And lo and behold, at exactly the moment, 3:33 a.m., they looked up and had an incredible, undeniable sighting and psychic communication with this light ship and this being that was right there, materialized right in front of them. And we're talking people that were not believing this was going to happen, but went through the protocol and opened their hearts enough to welcome a new novel experience. And they did. And there's lots of stories flooding in like that, really incredibly grounded people that have just never had this experience got to have it. And so now we have a whole new group of people coming into this movement and being activated, as I like to say, in surprising ways. And really it's about creating this love field, this peace and compassion love field that calls in these mystical experiences. It calls in these cosmic, otherworldly, experiences that basically help us activate and accelerate our evolution. And I'm telling you now, every time I talk to her, she's just so lit up, and she's just like curious and wanting to learn more and wanting to learn the history, and had no interest in this subject before. So it's just really cool to track that and to start to, widen the conversation and widen the movement in general.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Maya, for what you're doing. I think you'd be seeing a lot of Maya on our shows and in what Mark is doing, and we're all collaborating. And again, join us next Friday night. We're going to show some of the best videos of the people that are sitting in, and still send in your videos. I want to also mention that some of us have been blessed to have those experiences. I'll be honest, I went out on my deck 3 nights in a row, and as beautiful stars, I didn't see anything this week. So it doesn't mean that everybody is going to see it, and it doesn't mean that there's something wrong if you don't. I'm a believer. I have had experiences in the past. I didn't have experiences of that kind this week, but I did have the incredible experience of this beautiful global community that's forming. And we are creating a new world. And part of the new world is a new economy. And to share a little bit about the new economy and how we fit into that, my partner, Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. And yeah, I'd like to share the opportunity to utilize the power of this gathering to create even more good for us all. And we operate this show with new paradigm principles, including the gifting economy, which means we offer this show freely to you. And then we request, if you like, to send green energy back to us in whatever form you like, even small amounts, large amounts, whatever's in your heart. And then we're going to take that energy, that green money, and give it back to the world. We are funding various nonprofits, and we have been funding them all throughout the show. So 15 nonprofits have received $1,000 or more, including 2 people that had very severe health challenges. And then we take also a portion of that money and we invest it in future broadcasts so that we can continue to do this for you. So this keeps rippling and rippling good that comes back to you and us and all our community. And this week, we are sponsoring Zanzibar Learning for Life Foundation, which is an organization that prepares young men and women for life with sustainable education and microfinance, which is so important these days. You can find the link for the GoFundMe in the chat box, or you can just go to GoFundMe on Google and type in Global Peace Tribe, and that'll bring us up, and that's where you can make a donation. But this is an organization that's really close to Mark's heart. And so we'd like to invite him to speak a little bit more about why he thinks this is such an important organization to support.
Thank you very much, Deborah. I came to know about the Zanzibar Foundation for Learning through my personal assistant, who happens to be a volunteer for that organization. They're based in Zanzibar. It was started by a young man who is in his early 20s, and he's been helping children in his area for many years, since he was about 16 years old. And he just simply, any child that he comes across in the community in which he lives, he takes them in and gives them shelter and food, and has been over those years building a place for them to learn. And he's been teaching them English as a primary skill so that they can become more globally prepared for a career possibly, or at least to be able to communicate with people outside of their little village where they have it. His story is amazing. I find him an incredibly inspirational human being. His story is that he was abandoned when he was very young. he was out on his own as a teenager, and then was able to find a place to live for himself. I'm not sure the whole backstory on that, but he opened his doors to other children who were abandoned and orphaned and had nowhere else to go. And so I have a short video here that I'd like to share with him. His name is Gassica. I've never met him in person, but he and I have done Zoom meetings, a few Zoom meetings, and I've been supporting him financially so he could build an orphanage / school. And this place is amazing, and I'm just so thrilled to share this with you. So
actually, Mark, we're going to show that video a little bit later. We show the video announcements.
Okay. Well, then I'm done, and we'll show the video later.
Yeah, we'll show it. Actually, it's coming up pretty soon.
Okay, great.
We always like to let people know kind of upfront about GoFundMe. And kind of along those lines, I want to thank all the people that have already tonight contributed to GoFundMe. Let's see, we start with Stephen. Somebody named Anonymous keeps funding us over and over, so thank you, Anonymous. Nancy McKay, Anonymous, Milika, Gigi, Anonymous, Jonathan, more Anonymouses, Hakan, and Jillian. So thank you, all of you have already supported our GoFundMe tonight. And as you just learned, everybody who puts in anything from $5 to $500, and we have had contributions at large, even larger, we will acknowledge you, unless of course you want to go in as anonymous. So thank you. And now we're going to go to a really special treat. Last week we had Olax on the show, Zarina and Andreas, and there they are live. And they are an amazing pair. They go by the name of Olax, which is their own creative union. And it's a fusion of heart rhythms and electronic sounds mixed with ethnic songs from the native Saka people from Siberia. It's characterized by animal, bird, and deep nature vocals. And so what we're going to do, they've played a lot of the festival circuit, and they're finalists on America's Got Talent, which is really exciting for them. And exciting for us that we love to have them. They were on last week, and their music is so profound, but unfortunately, it's too high vibration for Zoom, right? Just Zoom really struggled to be able to carry it properly. And so what we're going to do is we're going to show a video that shows a little bit of their home country in Siberia and their audition on America's Got Talent, where you will get a chance to hear the power of their music. And then we're going to ask them a couple questions about their experiences on this level. So hold on one moment as I pull this up, and really glad to have you back with us today. Thank you so much. And
thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
So here we go. We're going to go to this video of them right now.
My name is Zarina. My soul brother's name is Andreas. And we are Olax, a performing duo from Los Angeles, California. I was born and grew up in Arctic Siberia, the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia, one of the most coldest, remote, inhabited place on planet Earth. And 2 years ago, we came to the United States.
How big is America's Got Talent in the Siberian world?
In my village, the internet came 3 years ago only. So
3 years?
Yeah, so in my village, people just got to know where is that. Living in that severe environment, you need to be in harmony with all animals, human and Mother Nature. Going out on the stage, we're bringing our ancestors, and we hope that we will get the universe's energy through the audience and through the judges.
Wow. Beautiful. Very nice. Who are you guys?
We're Olax.
duo from Arctic Siberia, the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia.
I just love the outfits you have on.
Thank you so much.
So why America's Got Talent?
This is our biggest dream. It's so unusual being here. It's just the place where I was born, Sakha Republic, my people. They are in a small, remote place, and the winter's temperature can be minus 94 degrees.
What? Minus 94.
94 by Fahrenheit.
What will you be doing for us today?
We're going to sing a song, world well-known song, this Zombie by Cranberries.
Oh, wow.
In our style, using traditional singing techniques of my people.
Wow.
Good luck.
Marta, thank you.
I can't wait to hear this.
So beautiful.
But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In the old but they comes, and they bombs, and they guns, and they bombs. In your head, in your head, in your head, in your head. Zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head?
It's so amazing. It's so different. Incredible!
Thank you, Scott.
Wow. It's well, it's wonderful to have you with us. And let me turn off. It's about to go to the next.
Another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for showing that video. It's our first time being in America's TV or in, let's say, the biggest internet channel where they have a lot of, million subscribers. So it's a great opportunity to share with our culture and some indigenous, the ancestors' wisdom. And it is like a doorway. Can you hear us, Scott?
Yes.
Yeah.
We had a brief internet bump for a moment there, but you're actually going right in the direction I wanted to, because you talked about calling upon the ancestors. And because tonight, we're not just limiting it to lights in the sky or ET contact. It's all about any interdimensional experience. Some of us have had lucid dreams with beloveds that have died. Some of us have had astral projection or being in the astral realm. Tell us about how you bring your ancestral energies, your ancestors, into your song, into your performance, into your lives.
Thank you. So I feel that our ancestors, they knew about the power between, the power of the harmony between human being and the nature, because they were so close to nature. They didn't have other tools like internet or cell phone. They were connecting telepathically. They were feeling energies, and they lived in the forests. So dealing with the harsh conditions, as you've seen in that IGT video, I told that my homeland's winter is very harsh and minus 94 degree. So, and when we sing with Andres, I go back, it's like kind of meditation. I go back to the state where I used to be in my homeland when I was a child. And it's very important in our daily life to bring that, not forget about that, because when we were children, we were so open and so open to cosmos, to the universe's energy. And once you are open, the channel is open and it's wide, so all the energy goes through you and you create this circulation of energy. And specifically when we sing, and Andres and I, we create the songs, most of them come as improvisation, and it's an incredible state of soul. So, and I see how in the future people can go back to their roots, because we all have our ancestors. We all indigenous. We are all children of Mother Earth, and we have this wisdom inside of ourselves. And you know, starting from the daily practices or daily ceremonies, like our ancestors been doing, if there's something happens, like some occasion, somebody died, or somebody was born, or some person had a new house and they bless it, or you go for hunting and you do ceremonies before some occasion, and you ask from the spirits of the middle world and the deities, the energies of the higher world, to support you, to give you permission. And I do that ceremonies daily if I go for hike, or if there's somebody's birthday, or if I go for a long trip, you know, in our tour, we obligatory feed the spirit of the land, of the area we live, or the mother nature if I go for hike. And so it keeps me in a state that everything is alive and we're all connected. And that's what our ancestors were doing every day. And that creates an incredible bond between Mother Earth and cosmos and human beings. So, and Andres and I, we do that often to our, you know, concerts. Before our concerts, we usually start our concerts from the ceremonies of the feeding spirit of the fire. And after the concerts also, we do like a closing ceremony, the Salama, the people's prayer, and we have 300 feet long rope with the prayer flags in it. And it's very similar to Buddhists, Tibetan Buddhism prayer flags. It's a Saka Salama flags, and it's a piece of fabrics, colorful, and people hold their strips and wish something and approach to the stage, and we usually hang the rope and they tie the salama. And we have probably, I don't know how many thousand, but it's a lot, and it's beautiful. We're keeping that, and we would like to do special ceremony as my ancestor did. When we go back to Saka, we would like to hang those salama in a sergas totem pole, sacred totem pole. So Andres and I, we deeply honor the power of nature and the wisdom of our ancestors.
Beautiful. So, there's so much more that we would love to hear from her. So luckily, Zarina was on my talk show last night. And you can go into Facebook, just go to the Love Coach Academy page, go to our videos, and you can see the interview I did yesterday with Serena and Mark Sims, where she goes more in depth. I am going to show at the end of the show tonight, Serena, I just saw the text. Send me that video on email, and I will show it at the end of the show tonight. People can learn a lot more about OLOX by going to olox.life, L-I-F-E, olox.life. And tell us a little bit about some of your offerings.
Olux offers to people, we used to do that after concerts, some workshops with a group of people. And today we have a very interesting and strange time of challenge, or time of, changes. And we do individual one-on-one lessons. For example, I do opening of the inner voice, that everyone can found own timbre, own voice, and how to work with the body as an instrument, because it's an incredible tool to connect to the spirits around us. And I do also mouth harp, jaw harp lessons, and Andres also offers to people how to open up their throat chakra. When he went to my homeland and visited a shaman, his throat chakra opened up, and now he chants in every concert. And he also offers how to play percussions and drums, but in own style. Like everybody who were our students, or who's going to be our students in the future, we like to open up their own talents, to awaken their inner healers, because the best healer is you, it's in you. And the best shaman is sleeping inside of us, and through the sounds we can awaken them.
Yeah, I just put it on Maya, who's like really appreciating what you're having to say. What's the best way for people to reach you? Is it best for them to go to olox.life?
Yeah, you can go to our website, olox.life, or you can directly connect me via my email, so I can put it on the chat.
Great.
Yes, please do. I want to be your student.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. And I'm really hoping that we're going to have track you all the way to the incredible center that you're going to be creating. She's got a beautiful vision. So stay tuned to our show, because we're going to be tracking these two beautiful souls and all that they're creating. When I was putting together the agenda, it's like, wow, what can you do to follow that? And Deborah had a great idea. We got to bring Jeff McBride back. So now to introduce our magic act, I'm turning it back over to you, Deborah.
And this is just continuing the magic, which was so magical. Thank you so much, Serena. And Jeff McBride is actually the Grand Master of Magic. He has been a recipient of the Magician of the Year Award from Hollywood's famed Magic Castle. He plays Joran on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, which was a role that was created for him. And he is the founder and creator of McBride Magic and Mystery School. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, he has the fastest hands in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Grand Master of Magic, Jeff McBride.
And it is wonderful to be here. And we go from the shaman to the showman. For the shaman of yesterday is the showman of today. And people ask me, what is a shaman? What is a showman? And what is magic? Well, magic is the art of transformation. It reminds us that all things change and that reality is subject to change. But my role as a magician is not just to perform illusions. My role as a magician is to help you remember that you are the magician in your own life with the power to transform the world around you. You are the magician. I'm just here to remind you. Now, magic opens us up to new possibilities. It expands our sense of wonder and what is possible. and it helps us tap into higher dimensions and inner intelligence. And what are the tools of the magician? How do they learn their secrets? Well, the secrets of magic have been handed down from magician to magician since ancient times. The wisdom of the ancients is said to be held in the Book of Thoth, one of the greatest collections of alchemy and hermeticism. The number one card of the tarot cards is the magician. The magician says, as above, so below, that the power of the entire universe exists within us, and that we all have the power to transform our reality. These are the great-great-grandchildren of the tarot, a common back of playing cards. And although the pictures are different on these cards, the correspondences between the tarot and a pack of modern playing cards is astonishing. And they can also be used as a calendar. Think about it. There are 52 cards in a deck that represent the 52 weeks of the year. There are 4 suits in a deck of cards that represent the 4 seasons of the year. There are 13 cards in each suit that represent the 13 phases of the moon. And if you count the number of spots on the cards, they number up to 364, plus the Joker, 365. A deck of cards can also be used as a solar calendar. Each and every card has a special meaning. Each and every card is an esoteric key that can unlock the wonders of the universe. Some say that a deck of cards is just a packet of paper. Others say that it is still a magic book. A magic book, and one of the words in this magic book is abracadabra. And abracadabra means it is created as it is spoken. It is an ancient Hebrew word that says, when we speak, we create. And if we think about it, everything around us first begins as a thought. Everything around us first begins as an intention. Everything around us first begins as a spark of magic. And a deck of playing cards can remind us that there are wonders all around us and within us. Thank you very much. And if you missed that last part, and if you missed that, well, I'll be doing a lot of magic today. One of the lessons of the magician is the art of alchemy. And today, with just a few cards, I will teach you just a little bit about the art of transformation. Now, the devil card in the tarot represents ignorance. It represents fear. It represents materialism. And my job in the world as a magic teacher is to remind people that they're magicians, to awaken them to their own magic, and to create more magicians in the world. With these tarot cards, I am going to create a little stage here. This is our stage today. And we have a number of these little devil cards. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 devil cards, a magician, and 5, 6, 7, 8 devil cards. The magician transforms fear into power, ignorance into intelligence. Now, there are many, many dark forces in the world, symbolized by all these devils. And the only thing that can combat that darkness is the magician. The magician was given an ancient poem, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, that is said in 7 paragraphs, has the secret formula to transform lead into gold, ignorance into intelligence. And it goes like this. The Emerald Tablet. In truth, without deceit, certainly and most veritable, that which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above, to accomplish the miracle of the one thing. And just as all things come from this one thing through the meditation of the one mind, so do all created things come from this one thing through transformation. Its father is the sun. Its mother is the moon. The wind carries it in her belly. Its nurse is the earth. It is the origin of all, the consecration of the universe. Its inherent nature is perfected when it is turned into earth. Separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently with great ingenuity. It rises from earth to heaven and then descends again to earth, thereby combining within itself both the powers of the above and the below. Thus you will obtain the glory of the whole world. All obscurity will be clear to you. This is the greatest force of all powers because it overcomes every solid thing and penetrates every subtle thing. In this way, the universe was created. From this, there will be many marvelous applications, for this is the pattern. Therefore, I am called the thrice greatest Hermes, having 3 parts of the wisdom of the whole world. Herein, I have completely explained the operation of the sun.
Wow.
And that is the emerald tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. In part 2 of my show, I will be actually teaching you how to manifest some magic. So with that said, it is my great joy to be part of this alchemical blend of harmonic convergence and ancient intelligence, magic and mystery and wisdom and storytelling and music. And I turn it back over to you.
Wow. That was very, very cool. I'm like, who out there feels like a little kid right now? I noticed that the moment I started watching Just Magic, I'm about 8 years old going, how do you do that? How do you do that? Very cool. Thank you.
Well, here's
I
back.
really love the innocence that I had this again there. Oh, trying to go to the spotlight. There we are. All right. And yes, said he's going to be back in an hour. Okay, because the best is yet to come. Magic of Jeff to the magic of my computer hopefully working properly. We are going to take a look at the magic of James Gillian and his ranch. We're going to start by taking a look at a video that was recorded at the ranch of the man.
Oh my God! Back and I get all of them. There's all 4. There's 5. Another cross. It's huge. Oh, he is. He's powering up. Whoa, look at that. Look at that. Whoa. That's not a no. Look straight down on this guy as far as I can go. That jet's moving in it. Whoa, look at that. Huge. Look at that. Oh, doubled. There it goes. It's doubling. I got him. Check him out, man. He's going. There's the power up. Whoa! I got them both. Oh, that power up. Yeah! Whoa, that is massive, man. You getting it done? Yeah, I got him. I got that all the way. I just spilled my coffee.
I love that about I just spilled my coffee, you know, yeah, that for sure. So we are blessed that we have with us tonight a man who has
the late great astrophysicist Stephen Hawking believed.
James Gillian, that's the thing about doing about 3 things at once here. I'm going to put the spotlight on James as I tell you a little bit about him. And thank you for your patience, James. We're running a little bit late. Here we go. James is a best-selling author. He's an internationally known lecturer, minister, counselor, and a multiple near-death experiencer and contactee. He's recognized worldwide as the founder of the Gilliland Estate, previously referred to and commonly known as the E. SETI Ranch. That stands for Enlightened Contact with Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And there he documents and shares these amazing multidimensional contact phenomena. All of it can be shown at www.eceti.org. That's where I got that video that I just showed you. And honestly, I was on there for about an hour and a half the other night because there's so many incredible videos. He's written several best-selling books, and I'll probably talk a little bit about them. He's been on all the radio shows like Coast to Coast and Jeff Rentz. And there's just this incredible, unprecedented event happening in his home. So James, thank you for being with us. And right off the bat, just tell us, how has this transformed your life? Like, where were you when all this began and where are you now?
Well, yeah, that's a long story because it's happened to me ever since I was a kid. I've had contact, and some things were happening I didn't understand. I had to evolve into them. But yeah, I want to do a shout out to Clifford. Hey, Clifford. Clifford's been up to the ranch. And you left your two brothers here with the shields, you know, they're still hanging around. But anyway, that's an inside story. But yeah, Clifford's got some great energy. We were doing some drumming and some ceremony, and the whole field filled up with orbs and light spheres, and they, you know, rods, everything. It was incredible, but we got it on film. But the ranch here is a vortex. It's and we've been maintaining the consciousness and energy here for about 34 years or so right now. And we have a beautiful medicine wheel. That's a galactic medicine wheel here. We've got a Palladian circle. We have the Skywatch field, the field of dreams, where people do their intention walks and have some amazing experiences. We have a lot of spontaneous healing happen here as well, but you know, it's an awesome place and beautiful energy here. And I was guided here and as kind of like the caretaker of the land. And, you know, people ask me, do you own ECETI? And I said, no, actually ECETI owns me. You know, so,
Why do you think your particular land, like, is it the consciousness that you brought to the land? Is it the combination of the land itself and its history and your consciousness that you and people like Clifford bring? Why so many events so often in this place?
Well, it's like a gate. It's a stargate, basically. And when I first got here, it's energetically in disarray, basically. There's a logger that owned it and trash everywhere. But I was guided to it in visions, and I found it on a map of the United States through divination process. When I came to the land, there was two eagles, bald eagles flying above my head, and the mountain put on a beautiful show for me, and I had tears and everything. I knew this was it, you know, the place I was looking for. And it's just never ceases to amaze me what happened. I'm still like a little kid here when the ships come in and the other light beings appear and all that. I mean, last night we filmed something we don't even understand because the whole mountain lit up all the way across the mountain and then all the way to the other previous mountain on the front, and it was pulsing like crazy, and we cannot come across any origin of this massive light pulse that we filmed. So there's always something going on here, something you just can't explain, and it never ceases to amaze me. I can't hear you. I don't know if you're speaking or not.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So here's his website, eceti.org, and it's a very thorough website. And you can learn all about his books and all about the videos. And I'm going to actually go to another video that I thought was pretty cool. Can you tell us a little bit about the birthday video that we're about to see? James?
What's that? Oh, okay. I'm not sure which one you're going to show.
It's going to be the birthday present from the Pleiades.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I was meditating and I asked him, I said, you know, that only thing I want for my birthday is a low flyover just to come right overhead. And they totally delivered. And so it was pretty amazing, but I guess you're going to cue it up, but it whited out the screen, you know, of the camera. It was so low.
Wow.
And it pulsed everybody on the ground. Everybody got a huge heart pulse when it happened. So it was quite a blessing. Made my birthday.
Wow. All right. Well, we're going to take a look at it right now. And when did this happen?
Oh boy, that was probably 2 or 3 years ago when this one happened. But we have other footage just less than treetop level. We have them half treetop level coming in and you know, morphine, powering up, making turns. You know, it's undeniable what's been going on. And the thing about it, we're not talking about something that happened 70 years ago. It's still happening now. So people can come and have their own experiences very easily.
And you know what? I apologize. I had it and I lost it. So I'm going to go there again. And James,
Name of the game.
tell us a little bit about your books.
Oh yeah, well, I wrote Reunion with Source basically in 1982 is when I wrote these, and Becoming Gods. And then after that, I wrote The Ultimate Soul Journey and Anunnaki Return, that talks about our ancient ancestors returning, you know, the terraformers that were here a long time ago. And so a lot of people that read them have life-changing experience. They start having their own connection when they just start reading.
Buy it.
And
they can get all the books at your website, correct?
Yeah, you go to useti.org or lulu.com or anywhere. They're all 4 bestsellers. They've just taken off. We don't even advertise, and we can't keep up with, you know, the demand. So,
wow,
it's
all right. Well, we're going to give it a shot to take a look at this video now. There we go.
Is it Pat?
Oh,
is it buy it?
See, there's one coming towards the mountain while the other one's going away from the mountain.
Oh yeah.
Those, and you were saying satellites don't go like that, right? They go on an orbit.
These are moving too fast.
I can't get this guy.
It looks like it has a little bit of a tail. Is that what
Oh, he is. He's powering up.
Yes! Oh, thank you.
Whoa, look at that. Look at that. Whoa.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Whoa, that was an incredible one.
That was cool.
That was a nice, I got it all on film.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got that one on film. That was a white out your screen moment.
Wow.
Wow. You can see the actual, like,
Oh my gosh.
curves coming off of it from the in the front. That was awesome.
God, that was an epic moment there.
I'm like emotional. But that's the first one I've actually ever spun.
I love the crowd reactions. Now, what's the powering up mean? Like when they power up, what is that like from their reality? What's happening? Are they like knowing the people they're watching and kind of putting on a show for us, or what do you think?
Yeah, it's like dazzle duty to crack open the door, you know, and after that happens, you start, you know, I call it bait. You know, they get people opened and questioning, and they crack the door, and then next question they ask is, okay, who's on the ships and what are their cultures like and how do they live and how can they help humanity? And then it just keeps dovetailing from there. And so they're really here. They're like cosmic cheerleaders basically, and they want us to behave ourselves basically and evolve and live according to universal law.
It's very, very, very beautiful. James, any last thoughts? You know, having been in this experience since a child, what do you think, and you kind of alluded to it, but what do you think is the primary message? Is it really, are they waiting for us to wake up? Are they actively involved in helping us to wake up? Or do you believe that they are even kind of our grandparents, our ancestors? How do you see that part of it?
All the above. You know, it's all going on here. We have multidimensional things happening. We have time travelers popping in and out. Our ancient ancestors are returning. It's all going on. There's a secret space fleet going on too, buzzing around up there. So it's all happening. It's not just one thing. And their messages are the same messages that every master teacher has delivered over the years. And, you know, it's all about, you know, making your own personal connection with source, creator, great spirit, whatever name you want to give it. and living, that life, according to universal law, being kind to each other, being kind to the planet, and make that a daily practice, not just a Sunday gathering, So their message basically is they're extremely spiritually and technologically advanced beings. They're like our elder brothers and sisters, and they're here to help us evolve, the majority of them. And they're, just as a little disclaimer, there are some you don't want to connect with, because we have a saying, just because you're dead doesn't mean you're enlightened, and just because you're an ET doesn't mean you're benevolent. So it's good to keep your discernment, focus on the higher consciousness and energy, and learn how to heal unseen negative influences and maintain your self-authority. And that's what we teach here at the ranch. We teach people how to stand in their own self-authority and their own divinity, and not get taken, astray by some of these other energies.
Well, thank you so much for providing this incredible opportunity for so many people to wake up. Thank you for your books. Thank you for opening up your land, and thank you for the life that you're living. You're living a pretty incredible life.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's important too for people to have your own experience and do your own research. Don't even take what I'm telling you. I tell people, I'm not your guru, you are, and we're just here to empower people to make their own connections. And we're multidimensional beings existing on a vibrational continuum. We're not this meat suit, this multicolored meat suit that we're occupying now. We're much more than that. And when we transcend all cultural and religious programming, that's when you get it. That's when we're going to have world peace, and we're all going to come together.
Thank you. There's the whole story right there. I mean, you just summed up what tonight's show is all about. Thank you very much, James.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I gotta go do my show now.
Hey, thanks.
My show's on, and actually it's already on, so I gotta go do it.
Okay, we'll let you go.
All right, blessings, everybody. Good to see you, Clifford, everybody else, and I'm sure we'll be doing more of this later.
I hope so. I'm going to go to our mid-show and Mark, try to open up the Zanzibar video that you sent me, and actually the email you sent me didn't have anything attached. So you can find whatever the Vimeo is, link to this video in the next couple. Either you can screen it or send it to me, and I'll need your help with that.
Okay.
Winston, don't worry, it's a minute show. We're a little further than that. But we do want to thank our broadcast partners, Awake TV, New Realities, Earth Dance Global, Unify, Portal to Ascension, Disclosure Fest Foundation, and the Sign Network. These are all organizations that support us. And I also want to thank my organization, the Love Coach Academy. And I also want to thank Deborah and her organization, Harmony Recommends. We also have a lot of people that have donated since last time I read the names. So I want to thank Brian, Anonymous, Janet, Ruby Ye. We've had Ruby on the show. Hi, Ruby. The Network of Love donation, Feather Ravenhawk, Gary Boven, Jenny Trotter, Melissa Weaver, Michelle Berry, Kaya Kirks, Noel Moore, Ellen Green, Jillian Mondro, and a couple more anonymouses. Thank you so much for supporting us. I'm going to take a look when we get a chance at the Zanzibar video, but I'm going to turn it over to Deborah. She's got a couple of announcements, and she's also going to introduce a couple of guests to tell you about next week. Take it away, Deborah.
Yes, I want to thank you so much for your donations. It's so wonderful to write those big checks to the nonprofits who are doing so much good in the world, and it supports us to continue. So thank you so much. We're going to put the GoFundMe in the chat room again, or you can just search GoFundMe and type in Global Peace Tribe if you're on Facebook or other of our broadcast partners, and then ping us money there. So thank you so much. Also, we send out replays. If you have signed up on Zoom, you will get your replay on Monday. We also post them on the Facebook of Love Coach Academy. So replays are always available. And also on our website, we have all the replays there. And every show has been so amazing, so different. blows me and Scott away every time we do it. It's really wonderful. Also, if you want to invite, if you're on Facebook or other broadcast channels and you want to come on Zoom so you can see the chat and be more intimate with us, just search Global Peace Tribe and you'll find the link to share with us. Also, if you stay to the end, we have community connections, and that's where if you're on Zoom, we can upgrade you to panelists, and you come on and you share a 1-minute transmission of what's ever in your heart, whatever you're experiencing now in relationship to the show or in relationship to what's going on in the world. And now I want to invite a team that is preparing next week's show, which is going to be, again, amazing. July 25th, Day Out of Time, Life is Art. I want to invite Chireya Dharma to begin sharing about what we're going to be showing next week.
Thank you so much, everybody. What a great show. I'm so grateful to be here and with you all. And I'm part of the Teach 2020 team. Thank you, Mark, and everyone involved with that. And I had the pleasure of meeting Eran Zahavi and Ruben Linnaeus and Makua Rai again. Had met him before, and we came together to help, and were asked to create the next week's show on the Day Out of Time, which is a very special day, July 25th every year. And these guys that I've been learning from know way more about it, but I've had the pleasure and honor of working not only with them, but also bringing on a lot of the presenters and making it really an incredibly fantastic show. It's really a celebration day for art and culture. And so I want to introduce Eran Zahavi to just give us a minute or two of background around this day and its significance. And there's Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Awesome. And they are reunited.
You guys, just so you know, you think Mark does a lot. He's also my lighting guy, right?
I'm the light guy.
And a little bit later in the show, Ruben will come on and give us a little deeper dive into what's happening next week. But in the meantime, take it away, Eran.
Cool. Thank you, Chireya. Yeah, it's so great to be here with all you guys. What an amazing show. And I'm really happy that the magician went first, because that's the best lead-in for what our show is going to be like next Saturday. It was a representation of what it is like to live as if time equals art. How long was he going for? Was it 2 minutes? Was it 15 minutes? It doesn't even matter. What was the quality of the experience? But also, not only was it amazing to watch, what he was teaching, talking about the 13, and we are going to get into the 13 moon calendar. And next week is the 365th day. So we have the 13 times 28, which is the 364. But then there's one day that we know to be the day out of time. It's a day where we can celebrate time equaling art. And as romantic as that sounds, it's actually, there's an equation, there's a deep truth to that. And it's a way to celebrate peace through culture. And it's a way to celebrate universal forgiveness. And so we have an incredible lineup of people from all over the world, musicians and artists and wisdom keepers, to be able to share what it means to live and embody the idea that time equals art. There's going to be some people on the show that you guys have not seen yet, for those that are tuning in every week, that are doing some of the most impactful, incredible, heart-opening work on the planet. And I know that's a big claim. I promise you, you are going to meet people that you are just going to be awed that there are such people that are doing this work in service of art, of living a heart-centered, expansive life. So we're so excited to bring that, share the wisdom, especially on the day out of time, because it doesn't matter what time it is. It's not about tracking our time quantitatively, it's about tracking it qualitatively. And very excited to share it with you all.
Great. Thank you very, very much. And just so everybody understands, it's going to be a whole day. We're going to have a daytime show where you're going to go deep into meeting a lot of these incredible people and learning about the day out of time, learning about Hosea Grace and the Mayan calendar. And then in the evening, it's Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, bringing you highlights about the day out of time. I want to go back for a moment and just talk about our GoFundMe. And it's really beautiful because all of you right now, so many people sending in money, and that's really a beautiful thing, so thank you. And I'm going to briefly just do a little screen share and show you the organizations that we've sponsored up to this point. And as Deborah said, every organization gets at least $1,000. And everything from a Native American support group to essential food and medicine, People's Community Medics, Meals on Wheels in San Francisco, the Healing Clinic Collective, and they do an amazing job bringing healing to people throughout their community. The Sonoma Food Runners that help alleviate hunger and they prevent food waste. They do a great job. We also supported election integrity when we had Lori Grace on during our social activism and sacred activism show. So we supported trustvote.org. And then educational organizations like Growing Together and the Notre Dame Fraternity. And as Deborah mentioned, we also realized we wanted to support some of the members of our community, Blaine Lyon and Mariela de la Paz, beloved members of our community who are both dealing with big cancer problems. When we had our Black Lives Matter, Black Voices show, we funded Dream Corps, which is founded by Van Jones. We helped the John Anthony Foundation that provides homeless shelter support. And the Pachamama, it's one of our favorite organizations, very connected to, very often we do shows around sustainability. Last week, we supported Care for Nepal, which Mark Sims turned us on to. And then tonight, we're supporting the Zanzibar Learning for Life Foundation. They prepare young men and women for life throughout sustainable education and microfinancing. So these are the organizations that we support. We want to thank you so much for the support that you're providing. And when Mark gets me that video, we will show it tonight, I promise. But for right now, I'm going to turn it back over to Deborah to introduce our next musical offering.
Definitely. We get to have Larissa Stowe back. So she's going to come on, give us another level of her heart-opening rhythm, and it might even be a dance song because we could use some dance music to stand up. And I invite everyone to dance because this is a long, amazing show. And
we should do the peace thing. Yeah.
all right, whatever you want to get will be beautiful. Thank you, Larissa.
Hi, Deborah. Thank you. Well, we weren't planning on dancing, but you know what? If you want that, I guess we could do a little switcheroonie if you want to. Do you want to do some like peacemakers or?
Sure.
You want to do some peacemakers? It's like when we're just the two of us, it limits a little bit, you know, what we can do, but we will bring you some heart opening right now. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Love, 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 love. Your enemy. Love, 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 love. Your enemies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do good, 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 good to those who hurt you. Do good, 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 good to those who hurt you. Love, 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 love your enemies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love, 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 love your enemies. Yeah, yeah. Do good, 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 good to those who hurt you. Do good, 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 good to those who hurt you. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
we shall be the peacemakers.
We shall be the peace
Bless, 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 bless those who curse you. Bless, 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 bless those who curse you. Oh, I'm praying, praying, praying for those who abuse you. I'm praying, praying, praying for those who abuse you. Yeah,
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 yeah.
we shall be the peacemakers.
We shall be the peacemakers.
We shall become
Shall become
the children of God. The children of God. Just bring your hands to your heart. Give your heart a little thump and feel into that beautiful vibration of who you are and the gifts that you came to bring in this world. And this is a time that we've been waiting for, to bring those gifts forward in a way that takes this world, that takes this planet, Mama Gaia, into the fifth dimension. Because this is our time. This is a time that we've been waiting for, that we've been dreaming about. We've been talking about it for a long time, but now it's here. And it's calling us forth to step in and step larger, step outside of the I and into the we space, into the we-evolution of coming together and lifting up that vibration by saying yes to love and by asking the great question, what would love do right now? And the more that we do this, the more we continue to ask this question, consciousness keeps revolving through us. And it goes like this. Love, 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 till there is no enemy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love, 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 till there is no enemy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do good, 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 till goodness becomes you. Do good, 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 till goodness becomes you. We're gonna walk this, come on! Love, 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 till there is no enemy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love, 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 till there is no enemy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do good, 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 till goodness becomes you. Do good, 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 till goodness becomes you. Yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah.
We shall be the peacemakers.
We shall be the peacemakers.
And we shall become the children of love. The children of love.
Oh my. All right. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think we just found the official anthem for the Global Peace Tribe. I mean, that's it. The two of you have just given the official anthem for our show. That is exactly what this is all about and who we are. Thank you so much. And hey, I want to spotlight for a moment. This is where you can learn more about larissastowe.com. That's nice and easy. Tell us about the Shakti Love Warriors group.
Well, it's a page on Facebook. It's a group on Facebook, and it's a place. What? Yeah, we are having so much fun because what we're doing is we're showing up every day at 11 a.m. so that we can do a meditation practice from 11:11 to 11:22. And people are showing up from all over the world to meditate at this time. And I actually did it for about 93 days straight myself. And now, because I really believe in the we space and in the we-volution, I've been calling forth others in our community to step up and to lead and share their gifts and share their medicine with our community. So we're taking turns leading the 11:11 meditation, and then after that there's always these jewels that people share, meditations, awarenesses that are just awakening and consciousness and helping people with different tools. So it's exciting, and we're getting to the point we almost have somebody every single day doing it. So I invite everyone here to get involved because it's a place for us.
Beautiful. So we can find out all about getting your music at larissastowe.com, or go to Facebook and just find Larissa's Shakti Love Warriors group. Or I imagine if we go to your Facebook page, we can also find it pretty easily from there, yeah?
I don't know if it's on my Facebook, my main page. Honestly, I should probably put it.
Yeah, maybe, there you go. There's your tip for the night. Hey, you know what? We're not even done with Larissa because she made an amazing video with Mark, and we're going to see that video in a few minutes. So stick around. Thank you so much, Larissa. You're such an important part of our tribe. Love you so much.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Deborah, for having us.
Thank you to that magnificent man behind you.
Benj Clark over here. He's like more than just a guitarist. He plays bass, and he also engineered the songs that we did with Mark's Harmonic Convergence project. And we produced it, together. Yeah. And then Benj and I, and actually Christo produced, and Rick Hahn actually helped produce also, and Let Your Love Flow. So it's a community. It's a we space again.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for demonstrating it so beautifully. You know, one of the things that's been wonderful about our show is that we've had the opportunity to meet a lot of new friends like Olax, but also a lot of people that we've worked with way back in the past that we've reconnected with. Again, it's all the butterfly cells coming together. And our next guest is somebody that I think I met about 30 years ago, maybe even more. Yeah, we look a little bit alike. He's of course better looking, but we're both Greek with the silver hair. And hey, Gus, it's great to have you with us. And Gus is going to tell you about a really important organization because so many people are, I mean, I'm watching it in the chat box, Gus. People are saying, how do I get involved? How do I connect? How can I share my story? How can I meet other people? And you're here to tell us a wonderful way to do that.
Yes, I am. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to do that. And you brought up something interesting because depending on the stage of my life, when I met people like you and then others later on, they know me either as Gus or as Costa. So I answer to both names just so that people don't get confused. If they see Costa and they say, who's this guy Gus you're talking about? Well, we're the same. And I have to say, you have fabulous hair there, Scott. I vote for it. Two thumbs up. And congratulate you on your virility there. Yeah, you're the man. So yeah, it's a real pleasure to be here. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity. What I'm going to be talking about is the People's Disclosure Movement. But first, a little bit of background for people who don't know me. Again, my name's Costa Macrease, or Gus Macrease, but I'm really known by Costa in the ET Let's Talk community. I'm the founder and facilitator of etletstalk.com and the ET Let's Talk community. And what we are is a community of 50,000 or more people in more than 100 countries who for the past decade have regularly, like daily, weekly, monthly, been making successful contact with benevolent star civilizations that are here at this time to help us. And obviously this whole show is one of the themes, a major theme is about contact with our cosmic families. So at ET Let's Talk, we have this community that's been really active and sharing all their experiences with each other, their stories, pictures, their videos for the past 10 years as we've been growing the community. And before I go any further, for people who want to know, you can come to etletstalk.com and join as a free member. Join the rest of us. We're present on the webpage, present on Facebook as well. And we welcome people to come in and, like so many others have done, come out of the ET contact closet, tell their stories and come to a safe space where others will hear them out and will, share with them. And we learn and we learn from each other and we teach each other in the community. So to that point, what's been happening the last 10 days with the Harmonic Convergence is totally up the alley of what we've been doing at ET Let's Talk. And I'm really pleased to have learned that at least 72,000 people joined all the Harmonic Convergence here in the past 10 days. And many of them making contact for the first time with our star friends, and many of them being veterans. So I really love to have seen the growth and want to thank all of you for having put this together and for Mark to have held on to this idea since I met him. It's Mark Sims, since I met him in 2000 and I think it was 2015, maybe 2014. When I first heard about this from him, and he held on to it, and it happened, and there's great momentum that came from it. And so we at ET Let's Talk applaud that and want to join forces with all of you to grow this contact community. So you might ask, what is the People's Disclosure Movement? It's the planet's largest, most widespread human-initiated contact with extraterrestrial civilizations here. And it includes many networks within networks. It's not just etletstalk.com, but it's other Close Encounter of the Fifth Kind groups. It's the people that just showed up for the convergence here, and many more to come, because we're going to keep growing. What I like to tell people is that recent research in 2015 shows that, and get ready for this, those of you that don't know this, shows that 1.3 billion adults, that's billion with a B, globally believe in star civilizations, full-on civilizations, not just microbes under a rock somewhere, but full-on civilizations. And furthermore, those 1.3 billion believe that we should be contacting them, communicating with them. And that right there is the sweet spot of what all of us are here talking about and doing as we're becoming cosmic humanity. So we have a lot of support. It's not just us and a few of our weird friends, right, who are talking about ET contact. We're 1.3 billion people. Many of those people don't know that there are those of us like we are here talking about this and making our own contact. For example, at etletstalk.com, people can come and learn the protocol to make the contact. And other people use different protocols. It doesn't matter, because the vibration, the love, the goodwill that we all put out is what is detected by our star friends who want to meet us halfway. And so we're going to continue growing and let more of these 1.3 billion people know who we are and invite them in to our communities to join us. I'm happy to say that, well, let me back up a little bit. Real quickly, in 2010, after a few years after I'd had my own personal up-close encounter with the starship and communication with the beings there, I was asked by them, because I had communication with them, what they requested all of us to do is to create as many ET contact teams as possible. This was in 2010. as many contact teams as possible in as many places as possible, as quickly as possible. They said that this would give them permission, as humans asked them to communicate, that would give them permission to show up in many places around the world. As they did that, even more humans would see them and want to communicate with them and give them more permission to show up in more places where even more humans would see them. You can kind of see where this is going. This is what my star friends call the virtuous circle. And they said that someday a tipping point would be received when enough humans had done this all over the planet, had seen them, had interacted in a positive way, enough had done this that no government or institution of authority could ever again cover up the presence of our star friends. And we all know that cover-up's been going on for 70 years or more. So this was really profound. And I set about to do my part to start networking on social media and elsewhere, and created ET Let's Talk so that we could start creating these teams and reach the tipping point. I'm happy to say that they told me that in 2019, last year, we did reach that tipping point. We actually had a people's disclosure, and I really want to emphasize that. Disclosure has happened. It's the people's disclosure. It's not the disclosure that we've been on bended knee waiting for a government, a premier, a president, a prime minister to announce. Don't wait on that. Don't wait on the drip, drip, drip that they want to control, because it's hard to trust people who've been covering something up for 70 years. Instead, in the People's Disclosure Movement, we've taken our power back to our hearts, and become knowers instead of believers by making the contact ourselves, and then teaching someone next to us, and growing the community organically from the grassroots, person to person. And that's the People's Disclosure Movement. It's like I said, it happened in 2019, and we're going to continue it. Our star friends are very happy. They've told me that this movement that you and we and me are all part of is now unstoppable. And so we have a really happy future of co-creating with our star friends, because that's why they're here. This is a real spiritual kind of mission for them and for us, because they see the kind of the trouble that our planet has been in, but yet they see the promise and the potential. So the People's Disclosure Movement is more than just about the lights in the sky, which is wonderful. I still enjoy those. But it's really about making this conscious connection of love, of unity, of co-creation with our star friends. They have a lot of technologies they want to bring to us. And in the meanwhile, they've said that they will be our mentors. We are allowed to request them for help for the problems that we can't solve here on Earth. And we have many, but we have an amazing amount of help. And so they've told us, make the contact, keep it going. And that's kind of what I'm preaching to everybody. The People's Disclosure Movement is all about that. So I invite people to come to etletstalk.com and join this community, because as many of you know, the saying, the best way to create the future, the best way to predict the future is to create the future. And we're all about co-creating that future with our star friends. And I will leave you with one more thing, which is, as I talk to people about this topic, and many of them, especially and to the people we should be speaking to more and more, to teach them, because they're looking at a planet in peril. But what we're talking about is people's love alliance, where many of us are coming together to co-create with our friends, as well as to find each other. So the Love Alliance is 1 billion people whose hearts are opening now on Earth, and who are coming together to use love and cooperation instead of hatred, division, etc., to create the golden age of Gaia. And many people talk about this. So this is a wonderful thing. We have friends in the cosmic, and we're also not alone here on Earth. We have each other, 1 billion hearts that are opening at this point. So that's the message I want to give everyone, and invite everyone to come and join us in this.
Great. Thank you so much, Costa, also known as Gus, my friend. Look forward to much more communication with you as we all come together.
Okay, thank you.
It's so interesting, because what he was really talking about is we're all developing relationships. And there's somebody that I want to just acknowledge. It's one of our sponsors, and that's my organization, Love Coach Academy. And we are offering something free. If you go to lovemore.net, you can get a free book all about how to argue less and love more. You can also take a quiz to find out where your relationship zone is, or you can get free coaching. So go to arguelesslovemore.net, and I'll pop that into the chat box as well. And we're providing some really beautiful resources. I want to thank my partner, Paul Sterling, for putting that together and handling all of that. All right, we are ready for our next speaker. And to introduce him, I'm turning it back over to Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. So now I'm very happy to present another very special person who is going to confirm our relationship with the galactics. And this is why we love to invite Indigenous people, Indigenous elders, because they are actually way beyond us. Clifford Mahooty is a member of the Zuni Pueblo Indian tribe of New Mexico. He is actually also a retired civil engineer, environmental engineer, and he is active in the Zuni Order of the Kachina, the Galaxy Medicine Society, Sun Clan Leadership, and Wisdom Keeper in the Zuni history. And the Zunis have had a relationship with the Star People for hundreds of years, ever since he's been here. So I'm assuming Clifford is happy we're just catching up now finally and waking up to have a relationship with our Star People. And he can share with us how the Zuni have had this relationship for many years. So thank you so much for coming on with us, Clifford. What do you have to share with us?
I'm happy to be here. I have been working with a lot of folks throughout the country, and especially a representative from the indigenous groups all over Mother Earth. And we have been very patient, the American, especially in the American Indian group, for some time. And we have always known that we have never been left out by our star ancestors. It's just that we went through his history in the last 500 years of perhaps clamping down our direct connect, but they never left us. And we have also practiced the connection throughout the hundreds of years, the decades. And right now, when we were talking about the transition, I am reminded of the song, The Age of Aquarius. That seemed to be the tipping point of going into the different direction, and that's when it started, right after the moon, right before the moon landed, and right after that was when we started talking about a lot of these different things that was the connection with the star ancestors. All our Indian people in the Americas, what we call Turtle Island, off from the South Pole to the North Pole, have always been connected with them. But right now, we have to concentrate on going within ourselves and to convey some of the things that we have had known for thousands of years. And I have been very fortunate to have accumulated the background and the knowledge from both sides, so to speak, of the spectrum here, being a technical, scientific individual, and also the higher order teachings of my tribe, the Zuni people, have given me the opportunity to compare both systems. And then it was like one of those eureka moments of saying that this is what my ancestors or my grandfather's grandmothers had told me, but it was in a different language, it was in a different concept. And then when you take the other side of it, the spiritual, the scientific elements, when we start talking about quantum mechanics and about the advancements in this modern physics, they're all one and the same. It's only in a different language from different times. But what we're going through right now is that to awaken a lot of people to go back within ourselves and to teach each other the very simple things that the gods, or in this case, the star ancestors, that have provided us thousands, if not millions of years ago. And they're quite simple. They talk about kindness. They talk about love of Mother Earth. They talk about love of all living things. And we are now at that stage to where people are now awakening, provide the concepts within ourselves and to others. And we are the light workers. We are the spiritual leaders right now that we are connecting right now with this type of webinars, podcasts, and conventions, and also exchange of a lot of different things that we have all experienced with. Some of us have had direct connection with our star ancestors, and some of you that have been out there in the world that had connection, but we went through a sociological sort of like a keeping our mouth shut type of thing. But no, we can no longer do that. It is real. It is going to happen, and we're looking for a new way of life. The Hopi talk about and the Zuni talk about the end of the world. It's not the end of the earth or the world as we know it. It's the epoch or the thinking, as it says in the new age of Aquarius that we're going through there. There's a lot of changes that will be happening, and some of it will be so advanced to some of us people that are not well aware of it. But we have to open our hearts, we have to open our minds and to accept it and be no longer afraid of anything, and also to talk with each other and continue to be in the lessons of what we had sort of deviated from throughout the ages. With that, I have been working with many different groups. Disclosure is an excellent way to do that. As you indicated, we have always known, or at least when I say we, I'm talking about the indigenous community at large, we have always known about a contact with extraterrestrials. In our case, we call them gods, we call them all people, we call them spiritual beings, and particularly in my tribe and Pueblo tribes, we call them Kachinas. So I have lectured on a lot of these type of concepts, which are actually very highly scientific concepts, but right now, the sociological shift that we're gonna go through there will be it's gonna be very fast, and we have to concentrate on not worry about what the other falsehoods are being forced upon us at these times. Right now, we're in the midst of that, but we don't worry about those things. We don't really participate on those things because we are the ones that are the leaders of the path, and we will concentrate on that. So this is my message to everybody out there. And a lot of our Indian tribal people are now activated to start talking about these things. We have been kept in silence for so long, and we can no longer do that. My personal experiences with ETs go back a long ways. I have been involved with it since I was a child. I've had really good encounters, and nothing has ever been of any sort of like negative. But right now, the opening of this veil has started. A lot of you people out there have had dreams. A lot of you people have seen contact, or at least lights in the sky, and it's everywhere. All around the planet and in our heavens, we can see these things that are being recorded because of the technology that we have nowadays. So this is what is really going on, and I'm happy to be here to connect with all of you tonight.
Oh, thank you so much. What a blessing to have you with us. It's an honor, and we, like Deborah said, it's so good to have our Indigenous elders with us. Thank you so very, very much. Well, I'm going to turn it back to Larissa Stowe because we're about to watch a video that she created. Tell us a little bit about what we're about to see.
Well, this is a song called Let Your Love Flow, and it's from the early 70s. And we reimagined it. I had this vision. I spoke to it in the Peacemakers, but the vision of the we space, of the we-volution, because I truly believe that we are moving from the me into the we, big time, because that's what's going to take in order to lift up this consciousness. It's a collective effort for us to do this from a heart space. So wanting to bring that energy into it, I envisioned this call, like the call of nature, a call to nature, and so it has a very different feel than the original version, and it's fun. So, and it was so fun to do something outside of our normal way that Shakti Tribe would bring a song forward, because it's completely different for us to do a cover and to re-envision that. So it was a wonderful challenge, and it was such a blessing to be called forth by Mark and this amazing movement. I feel like it is a movement, you know, and our beloved sister Maura Hoffman also connected a lot of dots, as she always does, brought us to Mark as well. And it's just such an incredible opportunity to be a part of an amazing community and bring this vibration forward.
Right. Yes, in the beginning there was Maura, and she brought us all together, didn't she? Big shout out to you, Maura. All right, let's check out this beautiful video. Let Your Love Flow.
There's a reason for the sunshine sky, and there's a reason why I'm feeling so high. Must be the season when that love light shines all around us. So let that feeling grab you deep inside, brings all the healing where your love can't hide. Breathe in the freedom beneath the moonlit nights, awake lover. Just let your love go like a mountain stream, and let your love go with the smallest of dreams, and let your love show. And don't know what I mean, it's a season. Let your love fly like a bird on a wing, and let your love bind you to all living things, and let your love shine. And don't know what I mean, that's a reason. There's a reason for the warm, sweet nights, and there's a reason for the candle lights. Must be the season when those love lights shine all around us. So let that wonder take you into space and lay you under his loving embrace. Just feel the thunder as it warms your face. You can't hold back. Just let your love flow like a mountain stream, and let your love go the smallest of dreams, and let your love show. You'll know what I mean, it's a season. Let your love fly like a bird on a wing, and let your love bind you to all living things, and let your love shine. And you'll know what I mean. Oh, 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 let your love flow. Let your love find you. Let your love shine. Just let your love fly like a bird on a wing, and let your love find you to season. It's the season. Yes, the season. Let your love grow. Let your love flow. Let your love flow. Let your love flow.
Wow, that was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you. Well, we feel very, very blessed to have the opportunity to be a part of this. It's just so good to be a part of this community and feel the raising of consciousness that through a time that has a lot of, a lot of heaviness, there's actually this, it's like a phoenix rising, that's happening right now. It needs to go down to go up. And that's what we're seeing. So it's just such an incredible blessing. We feel so happy about it. Thank you,
Big
Mark.
gratitude to our guy, Mark. There he is. Mark, thank you so much for these incredible videos and just playing such a role of bringing all of us together in such a wonderful way.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. And I'm just so proud of Larissa Stowe and all of her people that created this song. She wrote this song. She took the original and I said, go make it something that's very personal and that is yours, and she just came back with this and I was blown away. And what a gift to the world you gave us, Larissa. I'm so proud of you and so honored to work with you. Thank you.
Mark, thank you. And I have to say, it really is a we space. So,
It's true.
We definitely, it was like such an incredible experience. We did a lot of it right here in the temple. Benj and I and Christo, and then we had Shakti Tribe, all the members of Shakti Tribe, and even more. We invited all these beautiful beings. So it's truly tribe, all of this together.
Yeah, and speaking of, the we evolution, as you put it, I want to shout out to a few other people that were involved in the video. The video was directed by a dear friend of mine who used to live here in Ojai, and that's where I met him. He now lives in Hawaii. His name is Jamie Deva, and the choreographer was Anthony Cardona, and the dancers were Trinity Marchant, Christina Hakabayan, Mariama Nathali, Lonnie Cheney, Brian Clocks Bolanzanen, Dominic Rodriguez, and Atin Carriaria. None of these names are easy. They're Forrest Rain did the visual effects that you saw in that video, and worked with Jamie, who is his father, and so anyway, I wanted to just do a shout out because they worked so hard on doing the choreography, and they're all members of Cirque du Soleil and in Las Vegas, and they worked in a studio there to do the filming. And, they were recently let go because the coronavirus devastated the economy in Las Vegas and, for all entertainment productions. And you may not have heard, but recently Cirque du Soleil had to file Chapter 11. And, my heart goes out to all those incredible performers and musicians that have been a part of that tradition and that incredible company.
And may things evolve in such a way that they are all supported. Maximum grace for all beings who have been economically impacted by the pandemic.
Right.
And as kind of a follow-up to the video, and we're going to hear from Shekinah Rose in a moment, but we're blessed. We're all we being those of us that are kind of in this community, we're working together, we're playing together, we're feeling connected. And I just want to acknowledge anybody who's watching that's missing community. You're not able to go to dance. You're not able to go to your favorite club or restaurant or sporting event or concert or festival. That's why we're doing this. We're reaching out to you. You are part of our community. And so we're having to learn how to get a lot of our community needs met through digital, through coming to Mark's events, coming to Saturday Night Live, coming to the events that my company, Love Coach Academy, does 2 or 3 free online webinars every day. We're building community digitally. And you know, we're missing the hugs, we're missing the cuddles, we're missing the festival, but we are still finding each other. And what is cool about it being digital is that people from Hawaii, New England, Florida, all over the world, we're meeting each other and coming together. And one of the people that we're really happy to have with us, she's going to do her second number now. It's time to go to Shakina Rose to raise our vibration one more time. Hi, Shakina.
Hello. Thank you. I want to thank you so much for the invite to be a part of this. It is truly touches my heart, and it's very dear. This experience, and this experience is it's very deja vu. This experience, being here, being with all of us, when I had my when the Pleiades came here at Cathedral and showed me the vision of the future. And some of those videos are just incredible, and tears were kind of coming out of my eyes because they showed me the vision of a peace movement, of an awakening that would happen. And it looks like that this is where we're at. So thank you so very much for being a part of this. I didn't know that I would be singing again, so I don't really have anything prepared, you know, for that. But I can just call in the angels, because the angels are here. I work as an angelic messenger.
Beautiful.
And I work with the unity field and the divine beings. And I also work from this place. I live in Sedona, and it is a really special place here in Sedona. It is a very interdimensional place. It's a place of the vortex, and the place of the crystal city. A lot of people have seen the City of Lights, the Crystal City, and there is a unifying field that is very prevalent and very powerful here, and accentuated. And I work with that field here in this place, unifying through the Lee lines. And that is what I would like to share with you, with all of you, wherever that you're at, because we are so truly connected, not only through our telepathic and our heart, higher heart abilities, but we're connected, we're a technology. We're connected on this planet, on this earth. So wherever that you are, there is a Lee line that goes out to you, and you are that anchor. And at this time, from this place, from Sedona, from this vortex, from the crystals, the crystal city, the crystals are all around me right here. All the crystals that have come manifested from Sedona are here and manifesting, and our crystal energies, our light bodies are manifesting. And so I send out now our unified field of this holy connection of the vortex and of nature, our true nature. Iris, Olemehi, Kineale, Shinea, Quaspehitia, Omi, Te, Le, Hale, Okohiniate. Peace unto you, who you want. And I feel you within me, and you are within me, and I am with you. Ikichaya.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Such a beautiful, beautiful offering. Just want to invite everyone to stay in this moment for a second, feeling that angelic healing energy. And for those of you who know about Sedona, it is a portal. So thank you very much, Shekinah Rose, for blessing us and spontaneously with the second offering. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
All right. Deborah?
Yeah, thank you so much, Shekinah. Beautiful to set up this next speaker, who again is going to testify that the galactic reality is real. He has brought back memories of his off-planet lives, and he's had many, many contact experiences. He's led a lot of ESETI events where he's connected with hundreds of starships, who have interacted with humanity for millions of years, many species. He's been featured as a keynote on extraterrestrial phenomenon on many events, on a lot of the conferences, on television segments. So happy to present Adam Apollo. Thank you, Adam, for coming on the show.
Thank you so much, Deborah. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here with you. Again, I love this tribe and I love this community. And I first want to just really give thanks to some of the people that have shared tonight. Larissa and Shekinah, your music, oh, so good, so deep. I can feel my cells opening to the vibration of love through your words and your sharings. Thank you. Also, it was great to see James on here earlier. I had so much fun at ESETI Ranch with him and Laura Eisenhower some years ago. And I can say and testify for sure that when you're at Mount Adams, I saw probably the highest frequency of ships in the sky and craft flying into gates in the mountain and out of gates in the mountain. It was really an incredible experience, and it's a beautiful space that James holds. And I also want to thank Mark for having me on the Harmonic Convergence. It meant a lot to me because I've been teaching the 13 moon calendar and the dream spell and the cycles of galactic times since 1999, 2000. And in those days, I had a huge fascination for extraterrestrial intelligence and where beings may come from, simply because when I did the Drake equation at that time, we thought that it was less than 10% of stars that had planets, and some extremely small percentage of those might actually hold life. And yet even then, when you calculate the 200 billion stars and then you calculate all these galaxies, I knew there must be thousands to millions of civilizations out there. And I'd seen craft when I was a little child. So it was a deep interest for me. Of course, now we know that over 99% of stars have planets, and it's likely that over half of those have planets that can support life. So the situation's turned around completely, where now we look at the universe, we look at this galaxy, and it's massively populated. We know it is. And our human history also shows us this and teaches us this. I've done a lot of work at sacred sites all around the planet and studied these ancient peoples. And I can tell you, whether they're called sun gods and goddesses or luminous beings, or in some cases even referred to as angels, or kachinas, as our indigenous brothers and sisters have called them, the Zuni and Hopi tribes. And of course, in doing prayer runs for world peace with Orville Looking Horse and his family, and hanging out at the World Peace Prayer Day ceremonies, hearing the stories of all of these different peoples from all over the world, from the Maori to the Lakota to ancient Taoist tribes, and knowing that we're not alone, and we've never been alone. We've had a connection all this time. I think that's so important for us to remember. And I think it helps us really come together around this issue, especially when we take into account things like Francis Crick's work, for example. You know, Crick and Watson were known for and won the Nobel Prize for their discovery of the structure of DNA. However, it's highly likely that it was actually Rosalind Franklin, amazing woman thinker at the time. But Crick and Watson get the credit for it, and that's not to say they weren't amazing scientists. They definitely were. And Crick in his later years in the 70s wrote a paper that definitively describes, you know, our human genetics as having certain markers and codices which are clearly not from this planet, saying that we're different from other species on this planet, and it's likely that our families here on Earth are connected to families among the stars. Now that for me has been extremely profound, because as my life went on and I ended up having an extremely powerful contact experience in 2005, after I did my first prayer run for world peace, I was with all of these indigenous kids and elders, and then I ended up going into the deep desert and having this contact experience, which completely transformed my life. And I realized that I came to this world from another planet a long time ago. And I chose to come here in the age of Atlantis about 13,000 years ago to be a part of this swell, this renaissance of community that was happening as the Ice Age was pushing civilizations together and making the whole Earth more accessible to everyone. And for me, having the direct reconnection with my family, with the people of the stars who are my people, that was something so profound that I don't think that there's really any words that can describe that. It's the sense of finally getting why you think the way you think, why you do the things you do, and who you really are, and what you're really here for. And for me, that goes so much further than the disclosure movement, which, by the way, I am a huge supporter of. I met Stephen Greer back in 2001. I have been part of the Disclosure Project initiatives at different times. I got to hang out with him at the White House as he was presenting on new technologies, and then also, you know, with a lot of different people behind the citizens hearing on disclosure. And I just wanted to say to Gus, if you haven't connected with Ruben Langdon and some of the team behind the citizens hearing on disclosure, you guys should definitely bond, because you're a great crew together. And so disclosure, I think, just like science, gives us a foundation where we can logically open up our belief systems. We can kind of break open the mind to accepting and understanding what is possible, to stop the constantly nagging doubts that are in our heads and the space of, is this just crazy or whatever, and actually break down some of those beliefs through logic, through establishing some great foundations for thinking and perceiving. And then on top of that foundation, it's so much easier for us to go out with an open mind and open eyes and say, well, you know what? I don't know what's true. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if there's beings out there. And from that place, suddenly it becomes so possible for contact to occur. And in 2005, when I made contact, there was a person that I connected with just moments before this being from another world walked up to me. And what he said to me was this. He said, you know, I've done just about everything that I want to do in my life. I've seen a lot of things. I've done a lot of things. You know, I never had giant goals, but I pretty much got them done. And right now, I just feel like anything could happen. Like anything could happen. And I took that in and I really felt him. And I realized, wow, how many people who go to their day-to-day jobs and live 9 to 5s and work life and are part of society in whatever ways and shop at the Gap and God, you know, what else, but how many people out there in the world are simply ready for something new? They're just open. That's all it takes, just being open. And whether or not, you know, we actually have the data to prove 1.3 billion people believe they're extraterrestrials or not, that doesn't actually matter, because I know that there's that many people open. I know that there's that many people that hold it as a question. I know that there's that many people who can receive a message and go through a transformation and make it to the next level of their being. So I'd like to leave you with that tonight. And I welcome you to check out my series on Gaia with Ruben Langdon, on Interviews with Ed. I get deeply into my story of contact, so it's a good place to learn more about that. And I also share work through galacticfamily.net, where I have done my best to record in as much detail as possible the different aspects of the species and their archetypes that I've had the most contact with. And it's my work to build a library through transpersonal psychology, through building the community of people who are here to share, and tying all of their personal perspectives together into a unified whole and truth. So thank you all so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Adam. And actually, the website I pulled up was just adamapollo.com. I imagine that people, if you go to adamapollo.com, lots of incredible information there. The projects that he's doing, his video library. And so can people then find, are there links on your website here to what you were just talking about, Adam?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you go to the video library, there's tons of stuff from me from all over the place. And it's a good place to learn about a lot of my things. And I'll pop some more links in the chat before I go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing and being with us tonight.
Such an honor.
I'm with us, and I hope you'll be back again soon.
Thank you.
You know, I also, in our excitement here, I forgot to tell people where they can get more information about Shekinah. She has a website, like all of us do now, ShekinahRose.com, SHEKINA Rose.com. And she's a sound healer, light practitioner, and she does soul readings. You can actually get a private soul reading with her. And she does healing work. We certainly all experienced her healing vibration. You can also find out about her events and even the beautiful pendants that she creates. So definitely make sure you go to ShekinahRose.com. And thank you again, Shekinah, for being on our show tonight. All right. It is time now for more magic. He promised us that he's going to have something special for us.
I certainly do. And since the dawn of time, magicians and shamans and sorcerers have been studying this little blue marble that we're floating through space on. And magicians have been challenging our perceptions on what is and what is beyond. And as Clifford Mahudi and Adam Apollo said, we have to expand our awareness, tap into ancient wisdom in order to see the future. I'm actually going to teach you right now, if everybody can place their hands up just like this. I can see you out there. Place your hands up. I'm actually going to teach you how magicians make something appear and then levitate. In order to see it, you have to believe it first. Most people say seeing is believing. Nope. We have to believe it before we see it. In a moment, we're going to place our fingers together just like this. You can do this. I can see you out there. Place your fingers together just like this. We are going to make a little flying saucer, like a little UFO, like a little tiny floating finger appear between our two fingers. And in order to do this, we have to use our eyes and our senses in new ways. So with me, take your fingers just like this and place them on the tip of your nose. We have to use our eyes and our senses in new ways. Now we're going to make a little hot dog finger, like a little UFO, appear between our two fingers. And in order to do this, do not look at your fingers. Look at me in the distance. Look at me into the distance. Do not look at your fingers, and bring your fingers all the way out and hold them up between your eyes and my eyes and keep looking into the distance. Separate your fingers just a tiny little bit. If you separate your fingers just a tiny little bit, you'll actually see a little floating finger, but you have to look into the distance. Don't look at your fingers. And that's happening in your mind. Are you getting that out there? Yes, yes. I can see some of you are smiling out there. Look into the distance and you'll see it. And if you practice that for years and years, you can get it to look like mine right here. Whoa, now that is a three-dimensional illusion right there happening. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Amazing.
Yes, as Scott said, my name is Jeff McBride, and McBride is an Irish name, but I was born right here in the United States and live in Las Vegas, which is a city of light. And where there's light, there is magic. And right now I'm going to teach you another lesson in magic because that's what I do. I teach people how to awaken their senses. I'm about to show you a hyperdimensional object, an impossible object. And the reason you're going to know it's impossible is because, well, you were trained to see things in a certain way. I have a die or a dice, which has many sides, more sides than you can possibly imagine. It has one spot on this side. It has 4 spots on this side. It has 3 spots on this side, and it has another side with 6 spots. Boom. How can an object have one side with 1 spot, another with 4, another with 3, and another with 6? Let me explain something. It's about the way we're preconditioned and raised. You see, we make assumptions and we jump to conclusions. We assume this is a 6-spotted dice because that's what we've always seen and that's what we taught. But things aren't as simple as black and white. That's not the real situation. You assume and you would jump to a conclusion. However, the real situation is this. When I cover here, you assume that there's 4 dots because that's what you've seen and trained your whole life. That's what you've been taught. And when I hold my hand here, you assume, because of pattern recognition and the mind has to achieve closure, that there are 6 spots. The same thing happens over on this side. If you look, this is not the real situation. The real situation is this. If I hold my hand here, it looks like there's 1 spot. And if I hold here, it looks like there's 3 spots. I only show you what I want you to see. It's kind of like politics. Now you know everything there is to know about this because you've been re-educated. But that's a dangerous thing because as soon as you think you know what's going on, that's when there's a leap of thought. And that's when all of a sudden you're wrong. You see, there were never any spots over on this side. They were always here. So be careful of making assumptions and jumping to conclusions. Thank you. Well, I have one more story, but before I go, are there any questions from any of the other luminaries on the panel before I go into my final story?
Yeah, anybody have a question? I'll pop the spotlight on you.
Oh, yes. And even if you do, now, most people say, how is it done? And most people say, how is it done? Are there any other questions before I go into my final story?
How long have you been doing this? And is it as exciting to you now as it was then?
Absolutely. Magic is always transforming, always pushing the limits of our imagination. I started magic when I was 8 years old, and now I'm 60 years old. So I've been performing magic for for over 50 years. That's for sure. And it gets deeper and more mysterious the more I delve into it. The more people I meet, my consciousness expands, and magic is a great way of reminding us that even though we live in an age of not knowing, like right now, no one knows what's going to happen. And magic reminds us that even if we don't know the answer, it's okay, and we can still dance and enjoy the beauty and the mystery of life. So that's something that magic reminds us. Magic isn't about figuring out a puzzle. Magic is just about experiencing the mysterious. And that's what my role as a magician is, to remind us that we are living in the capital M mystery. And it's okay not to know all the answers, and we can still enjoy our lives.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jeff.
With that said, I have one more story. And it's a story that starts with a map that's been torn into pieces. Because sometimes that's what it feels to me that our country is going through right now. However, it's been like this for hundreds of years. You see, even in our infancy, we had to tear away from Great Britain to claim our identity as the 13 colonies. Now, we don't hate the UK. They're friends of ours and great allies, but still we had to tear apart. And 200 years ago, there was a civil war that tore North against South, brother against brother. We had the World War I and World War II, where families were torn apart, countries were torn apart. Korean War, when I was growing up, the nation was so divided because of the Vietnam War. There was hawks against doves, hippies against squares. You can probably imagine what I was back then. And even today, we're living in this world where it's red states against blue states. Some states are opening up, some states are remaining closed. It feels like this country is torn apart. And it's not like any one magician can do anything about this. It's not like one Merlin or one Houdini or one Harry Potter can put this country back together. I think it's time that we learn new magic words, even more than abracadabra. We need to learn words like patience, tolerance, love, and respect, because those are the things that are going to put this country back together.
Wow. How do you do that? I mean, it's remarkable. You got a big one out of Mark there. Incredible. Absolutely incredible, Jeff.
It's my pleasure to serve this tribe. You know, I've been going to fire festivals and the festivals for 30 years, and I've been just enjoying so much of your company and so many people. And Deborah, I've been seeing at festivals for years and years, and it's just good to just reconnect to this tribe. So thank you for connecting us and reconnecting us every weekend. And yes, and I do online interactive magic, and I have a mystery school here in Las Vegas for 30 years. We teach magic of all types, from stage magic to alchemy and hermeticism, and it's where the shaman and the showman meet. So you're welcome to look me up on the internet, and it's a wonderful thing to share my magic with you.
Cool. Is it a simple URL, or do they just Google Jeff McBride?
Just Google Jeff McBride Mystery School. You'll find me.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeff. It's a pleasure. I hope you come back again sometime soon.
Well, I'm going to stick around for the sharing. I love the individual sharing. I think it's so great that you open up the heart share for members of the tribe that show up. So that's why I show up. I want to hear like the little offerings too. But it's been great to be part of this mind expanding, heart expanding community. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. All right. And yeah, as he just told you, we've got a couple more people left, and then we're going to open it up to you guys. And that's where we have our community connections. Gosh, we still have almost 500 people in the Zoom room. And so if any of you want to come on for 1 minute, we do have to ask 60 seconds to share something that inspired you, something about tonight that you want to share. Please, no politics, no divisiveness, but if you want to share an inspiration, you're welcome to do so. But what you got to do is send me a message. You might have to send it a few times, or click Q&A, and I can find some people that way. And speaking of all of you, I want to acknowledge some more of our donors, because I see the donations just keep coming in. So I want to thank Anna, Jacqueline, Patricia, Anonymous, Monica, Nancy, Peter, Two Turtle, Pineapple, and Claudia Weiss. Thank you, Claudia. That was very generous. So thank you, everybody, for your beautiful donations. We're really, really grateful for that. And I turn it over to Deborah to introduce a very special guest.
And first of all, I want to share that Laura Eisenhower wasn't able to come on tonight. We thought she could, but she's not. But we love her, and we're going to invite her back again really soon. On August 8th, we're going to do a very special program for Lionsgate, because that is the Lionsgate portal, and we're going to have incredible people on. Mark actually is going to be part of that production as well. So we're going to go to the next level with the Lionsgate production. And so maybe we'll invite Laura on that, and we're going to invite some other really incredible people. But right now we have another incredible person. This person is behind the scenes at times. He has worked his booty off for years, creating an amazing portal of all these type of presenters called Portal to Ascension. He does online programming with a lot of the top presenters in this field. And he's also going to be doing a major visionary conference in October based on, he used to do a physical conference in Southern California that I've attended every time. And it's just been great, of all these people that understand this reality and are collaborating together and sharing the information on this reality. But Neil Gar is also an artist, and he does this at his shows, and we invited him to come to honor him. He's also helping us broadcast this show, but he does rap songs. And so we've invited him to come on and share this with us tonight. Hello, Neil. Can't hear you. Not hearing you.
Hey there, Deborah.
Yeah,
Thank you
there
so
you
much for
are.
having me.
All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Neil. I am, yes, the founder of Portal to Ascension. Been creating conscious events for about 10 years now, well over 1,000 events, create around 110 events a year at this point. And today I'm putting on a different hat, and I'm going to be performing some spoken word poetry. I go by MC Resonance. You can find me on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook, and basically it's about my spiritual journey, connection to extraterrestrials, and disclosure. So we're going to go on a spoken word journey together. The first one is going to be called Meditate and Levitate. And then we're going to go into the astral realms, into the cosmos, and then back down to earth for some empowerment for now. So this one's Meditate and Levitate. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider, source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity, expansion remedied, oneness must breathe, exhale and let free, consciousness to be, experience of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation, facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations, and join the Federation of Souls that will take us to the fifth world. This next one is called Astral Travel, and this is how I incarnated onto this planet. Astral travel, vibrating higher out of the center of the galaxy, rematerialized etheric energy dropping in density, increasing in complexity. To the ends of the spiral I shall go. Planets form all around, I see a water world in the system of soul. My soul speculate in this illusion, a spacesuit made of skin, into a polarized reality of duality, oneness, and sin. Carbon base will join the crystalline children. I slowly descend through the ozone. We'll be born soon, so I enter a womb. For a cycle almost ends. You see, I rode the unity wave into this dimension. A fabricated fallacy, I forgot when time became linear. Masculine-based society suppressing her. Feminine energy creating stargates and other etheric tools going through the wormhole, spinning around like a whirlpool, here to overrule the external in this earth school. For my eyes have finally lifted the wool. I reincarnated into this planet November 17th, 1982. And now this next one sums up my mission on this earth and kind of what Portal to Ascension is. It's actually called Portal to Ascension. It's my oldest spoken word piece. I've been performing this at spoken word open mics for over 10 years now. And it's called The Journey to Ascension. The road goes on for generations. The travelers would disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what if the ones who didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves. The ego took control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, Dark One, into the lap of luxury followed by pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences create this creature only exists in the mind. Our desires and wants creates a full-feature ego that keeps the low souls from reaching the divine intellect. Love and a perfect understanding we will have with one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears me from duality and back into ether's imagination. You see? I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended to gain these experiences, and I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure, man. Here's a social security card. You may live, reincarnated to a kid to live and give back to the society. When I'm locked in borders, I smolder, but through the ashes comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost, a spirit, but just is an enlightened individual. Equality minus the elitist political goal, the cynical flow, the pain and woes, and shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise, the yin-yang, intertwined, masculine, feminine, lovers intertwined, spit words from the chakra points in my spine, relentless but I still find inner peace self on the pace of my corrupted mind, chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, kept my awareness fried, getting drunk and high, but the conscious question of why am I really here? But now I know, is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. Remember, the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future through mass landings will help us all really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, and we've always been free. Thank you, everyone. MC Resonance on Instagram, guys. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Neil. Beautiful transmission. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, love you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil. And thank you for all the things you do to support Deborah and so many others behind the scenes. Maximum grace for all the techies out there, all you tech people that help make wonderful things happen. Thank you very much. So a reminder, I have brought a few people on. We're going to get to community connections shortly. And, you know, there's been so many wonderful comments, but I want to read one that just came in. This is from Gregory. He writes, as a nation, we need to forgive each other and work together to build a great, big, beautiful tomorrow. Red and blue people coming together to make purple. Absolutely. Here's to a purple nation. So, you know, Mark has thanked a lot of his team. And Mark, we're going to have Peter Milton up next. And I thought you might like to introduce Peter.
Yes, Peter Melton was hosting the afterwards parties every day during the Harmonic Convergence. There he is. Hi, Peter.
Hey, hello, Mark.
It's great to see you. I'm going to just let him tell us all what he was doing after the afterward party, or during the afterward party, after the Harmonic Convergence program each day. So we would start at 11 and then conclude every day at 6 p.m. And that was when Peter would take over. So share with us, Peter.
Yeah, thank you. And what a joy to connect with you and your team, and Maya in particular guided us through and weaved it all together. And man, first of all, what a show. Congratulations on your 10-day event, and what a joy to get to then be the place where everybody landed. We have a program called the conversation.cc, and what we're striving for is 24/7 live operator Zoom, conversation portal for transformation. And you helped us get that kicked off with the 10 days of after parties, and now the 5 days since then that we continue to do it. And man, the way we described it, it's like the lobby bar at the hotel, and everybody just does their weekend program, and it's Sunday night, and nobody wants to go to bed and nobody wants to go home. Everybody just wants to connect with all the wonderful people that they had seen and met at the show. And that's what we created with the after party on a Zoom call, that we were able to break off into breakout rooms for specific themes, or just hang out together in a big room, bring in special guests. Mark came on several nights and did the Hue meditation and answered questions. And we had other special guests that came from the Harmonic Convergence, but it really narrowed down to individual folks connecting with other people, being able to break free, to come out of the closet, to say, I've never told anyone this, but here's what I experienced. Here's my connection to the other worlds, to the ETs, to the dimensions, to whatever's happening. And it was just so powerful to watch people connect, to say, this is my tribe, to say, I've never told anybody this. We had some amazing stories emerge from that, and it was just what a treat. What an incredible treat.
I can attest to that, Peter. I was even blown away by a few of the stories that were shared with everyone. And, you know, we had hundreds of people on your conversation Zoom room, and I was so amazed and impressed with how you and Dana, your co-host, managed the discussions and just let things flow so naturally. And it was a very organic experience. That was my take on it. What can you say anything to that?
Yeah, I sure can. You know, and you pretty much said it there. The first couple nights, people are getting the hang of each other. And then it's like, oh, wow, this really is a place where I can just share. These are my tribe. These are my people, and the number of connections that happen. And then, well, it spoke volumes, Mark. You came on one time and you got the feel. I think it was night 3 or 4. And then Mark just had to be there every night, because it's like at a regular conference where you get to connect with the people. But when so many of these conferences now are online, you don't have that human connection. And so we were able to create that in the after party, and able to watch like the young 16-year-old girl, Anastasia, who went in a breakout room and came out of a breakout room, and the 3 ladies she was in the breakout room said, wait, Peter, you have to talk to Anastasia. Just, Anastasia, you're up, right? This 16-year-old girl just blew us away. Well, she comes on and she shares that she wrote a book a couple years ago as an 8th grader for an English project about ascension. Right? I'm like, okay. And it's like, Anastasia, where's the book? Oh, it's here. What do you mean here? Oh, in the drawer. Have you showed it to anyone? No, just my English teacher and my sister. Right? It's like, could you show us? She goes, well, I guess I did all the paintings in one night, and I wrote the story in one night because I procrastinated till the end. Right? And we're like, are you serious? And she goes on to show us the story and read the story in 10 minutes time while flipping through all these paintings she did. And everyone's jaw just dropped. And it's just like, oh my God, this girl was an 8th grader. You know, she's obviously tuning in. And so many people resonated with that young person inside of us who was afraid to share, afraid to have people not like her, think she's weird. I mean, we all deal with that all the way through our lives. But in particular, we deal with that when we're young. And there she was, a 16-year-old who had hid this book for 2 years, and now it's out to the world. And we made a video of it, and we took that video and spread it around, and it's still getting spread around all over the place. It's gorgeous.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you, Mark. And this is actually a perfect segue to show another one of Mark's amazing videos. Kind of a wonderful way for us to, well, complete this chapter of the Harmonic Convergence 2020. With this beautiful video that I think will be inspiring to us all.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, but no religion too.
Big thanks.
Imagine all the people living life in peace. But they may say we are dreamers,
Wow. What a big wow. I want to thank everybody for this incredible show tonight. And, the show is all about highlights of the Harmonic Convergence and what's next. And there's a lot of what's next. We've learned about news story. We've learned about what Mark is going to be doing. And what's next for Saturday Night Alive, and for all of you, hopefully, is the Day Out of Time, which is going to be next week. And it's so special. It's going to be a daytime program and then our Saturday Night Alive program, picking it up at 6 o'clock. And so to tell us all about it, she's our co-producer for next weekend's show. I'll turn it back over to Soraya, and then she's going to introduce a couple of very special souls that are helping us with it.
Thank you, everybody. And yes, what an amazing, brilliant show. So much to digest and take in from all the beauty here tonight. Thank you. And so on the Day at a Time evening show, which I've been helping with next week, we have people like Alex and Allison Gray. We have Daniel Pinchback. We even have Sonia Sophia, the tapping artist. If you know her, she says she sculpts consciousness. And the Day at a Time, as we've been saying, is all about time is art, and it's about global peace and culture. And it was birthed out of the work of Jose Arguelles, which is connected deeply to what we call the Mayan calendar and the 13 moon calendar. That was its origin point. And we are going to have a large variety of artists and musicians, such as iStar, who used to be in the Luminaries. We have John Dumas, who's going to be a great world-renowned flute player and astrologer, who's going to be singing in a whale song, and just all kinds of beauty. The Goodness Tour is coming on, and Luke and the Lovingtons live painting with Benjamin Suarez, who does unbelievable, beautiful world service work that Aaron was pointing to earlier. And so the people who really know about this deeply are Ruben, Aaron, and Makua. And I think Makua may still be with us, and Ruben is still with us tonight. So to give us a little bit more of a hint about the daytime show, and also any other codes that you want to share about the meaning behind the dream spell, the day at the time, and the 13 moon calendar, Ruben, we'd just love to invite you to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Soraya, and thank you, Mark, and everyone in this wonderful show. It's the first time that I'm seeing it. I'm enjoying all the facets of time is art that are coming to the surface. My name is Ruben. I have been like a romantic of the idea of the harmonic convergence since I first heard about it in the year 2010. In the year 2013, I started a Facebook page as a tribute to the harmonic convergence of 1987, based on the prophecies and the calculations that Jose Arguelles left us. So this Day Out of Time that is coming in 7 days is, like Charaya was saying, is a really special moment. Is a day to stop everything that we are doing and just reframe our minds and reframe our consciousness on what time really is. So the Harmonic Convergence 2020 is for us really a 44-day window of celebrations that were kickstarted by the Harmonic Convergence of July 5th. These 10 days were amazing expansion of consciousness for the spiritual community and for many groups who around the earth joined to this transmission to expand their consciousness and to hear about the solutions that we are going to implement to face the challenges that we are facing right now. So the Day Out of Time is a Jose Arguelles defined it as as a blank canvas where we can that we can paint with our intentions and our visions of the future. So this Day Out of Time we are going to do in Harmonic Convergence Facebook page with the support of unify.org. We're going to do a 7-hour live stream, bringing also amazing conversations on the subject of time, expanding our awareness of what the cycles of time are, and understanding the moment that we are living, this evolutionary shift that we are witnessing right now and that we're experiencing. It's part of a larger set of cycles that are coming to a conclusion and that are signaling a new stage in human evolution. So I invite you, everyone on this call, and all your friends and relatives who are joining this movement to bring harmony to the planet, to join for this coming day out of time, July 25th, 2020. We are having amazing guests, including Nazim Haramein, Daniel Pinchbeck, also Raising Appalachia. We have Eden Sky from the Galactic Calendar. And we are going to explore the subject of natural time, peace through culture, the application of the concept of time is art to our everyday life, looking for practical solutions, also a practical approach in terms of what technologies are available today and how we can start to also use our inner technologies to work in tandem with external technologies to bring balance to the planet. I think the year 2020 is really an opportunity to balance the equation with nature. And this day out of time is an exploration on doing that. So I give thanks for all the support and for all the work that you have been doing to expand consciousness. And we are super, super honored to be able to co-create for the next day out of time a 9-hour marathon experience or 10-hour marathon experience of incredible conversations and testimonies of people who are close to the science of time that Jose Arguelles left us, and that are going to find here an opportunity to expand their consciousness and have a brand new perception of time.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ruben. Yes, so it's a double header all day Saturday from 9 to 4, and then from 6 to 9 right here on the same channel. So Scott, if you want to share anything else about the logistics of participating, please do. Thank you all.
We will be promoting it on all of our newsletters, so you'll get information on it next week if you're signed up with us. Or go to Love Coach Academy Facebook page, Scott?
Yeah, if you go to the Facebook page, you can find all of the videos, including all the previous videos that we've done for Saturday Night Alive, and all the other videos that Love Coach Academy does all week long, including last night. We had a 2.5-hour special with Mark Sims and Zarina and some of the other amazing people in this ET interdimensional community that's coming together. So that's just go to Love Coach Academy page, click videos, and you can find all of that. And we look forward to seeing all of you next Saturday. And speaking of videos, Mark, I finally found the Zanzibar video, and I do think that we can show it. So a reminder, thank you so much to everybody who's been donating. And that's this week, we are supporting this foundation, which hopefully this video is about to play. No, it's not Imagine, it's this one. I did click on the Zanzibar video, but let's try again. Here we go. Just all these wonderful videos we get to watch tonight. Here we go.
It's in Swahili and English. Welcome to the school. Welcome to the Winners Community Academy. This is a preschool based in Zanzibar, and it offers free educational support to young children who are orphaned, come from very difficult families, or otherwise disadvantaged. We do this by giving them the best education, because normally they don't have a place where they can get the best education in Zanzibar. Give equal opportunities, especially to girls in vulnerable groups, such as children with special educational needs. We also create a conducive, safe, and child-friendly school environment that is free from discrimination, abuse, and harassment. Winners Community Academy focuses more on teaching math and science, because in Zanzibar, I think in Zanzibar, it's like everywhere in the world. People really hate math and science, and they feel like they were not born to do this. So because we have little children, we want to really implement this beautiful seed so that they grow up knowing that they were born to learn math and science. Most of the subjects in Zanzibar are taught and examined in English, which makes it difficult for the students to pass the national exams, because their mother language in Zanzibar is Swahili. When it comes to the winners, we want to change that. So we want to teach kids how to speak English when they are little, so that they can pass their exams and have a better life. Okay, now you have seen the school, you have seen the children, you've heard the story. It seems like it's a lot of work, and we need your support. We cannot do this alone. We need you to help us so that we can help these kids and help the future of these children.
Wow, that was a terrific video. Absolutely terrific. Thank you, Mark, for all that you did to finally find the video and get it to me.
Yeah, my pleasure. And I've talked to Jessica. That man who runs the school himself was orphaned, or I should say he wasn't orphaned, but he was kicked out of his home at a very young age, and started helping children like himself. And he's just a true earth angel. And it's just such a blessing to be able to promote his cause and to support him. And I've spoken to him a few times on Zoom, and he is the sweetest human being you could ever hope to meet. He's a real inspiration to me and many other people who know him.
I got to say, it was the images when we saw the kids. I mean, it's just so beautiful. And those little guys with little ties. Did you guys catch the boys with their little ties? It was pretty damn cute, adorable, and such a valuable thing. So thank you, Mark, for bringing so many things to us, including this wonderful nonprofit organization. And I want to thank some more people that have donated to us. I mentioned her name before, but I got her name wrong. So I want to acknowledge it's Claudia Weiss. Thank you, Claudia, for your beautiful donation. That anonymous person just keeps coming through over and over. Thank you, Sharon, two Sharons, back-to-back Sharons, Kathleen and Monica. Thank you very, very much for your donations. And please, show's going to continue for a few more minutes. We're now in our community connection time. And to introduce our first person, Deborah, I want you to introduce Christy.
Great. Christy is a very dear sister, priestess friend of mine, and she's been holding the Mary Magdalene energy and devotion in the Bay Area, and been creating incredible rituals that our large Mary Magdalene community goes to. Well, that has shifted this year, and like with everything, she's taking it online. And so that means everyone around the world can participate in this upcoming virtual gathering. It's called Rise Up for Love Sacred Ceremony, and it's on the Mary Magdalene Feast Day, Wednesday, July 22nd. I'm going to be putting some links in the chat box, but I want to invite Christy to come up and share more in depth what's going to be, what people are going to be experiencing there. Hi, Christy.
Hi, thank you so much. And I just have to thank you, Mark, for what you've done, because you have prepared me for an auspicious Mary Magdalene ceremony. With all my participation through the Harmonic Convergence, my heart was exploded open, especially when I listened to Larissa's song of Let Your Love, Let Your Love Flow. Oh my God, I was in the morning, and when that song came on, it just like, I wasn't expecting it, with that wave crashing, it literally came over, crashed, and opened my heart at a level beyond anything I had ever experienced before. And I had the most beautiful nectar of love just pour out of my heart. And so at the end of the Harmonic Convergence meditation, when we went to Skywatch, I went out my north side of my house is where my porch to see the sky, and it was all foggy, and there was one little portal open, but nothing was happening. The sun had been setting, so there wasn't quite any visibility of stars or anything yet. So I went to join Peter. Peter, that you were the one that was running the chat room for the after party, and I got to share with them about this love explosion that I had. That was just so fabulous and delicious and nurturing and healing and powerful. And everybody got so excited and happy, and we were all having an amazing time sharing. And by the time I got out of there, it was like 1:30. I thought, well, I'm going to go take another look off my porch. So I went there, and across from my porch and across the yard onto my neighbor's yard, there's a tree. And I looked at the tree, and this hummingbird just bolted out and shot straight up to the spot, like it was pointing to me to look. And I looked at that spot, and there was a star. What I thought, oh, it was a star. I could see a star. Okay, something's happening. And then the star went shh, and made a U-turn and came back and stopped.
Oh, that's great, Christy.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
awesome.
And so, and with this whole theme of unifying and harmony and everything, on the astrology, I had an astrology reading done for Mary Magdalene's Feast Day, which is Wednesday, July 22nd at 6 p.m. The chart reads, gather, big, come together, join, bring everyone together. And then what we will be doing is everybody's coming with their candle, and we're going to hold and create an intention, lighting a candle for a world living in love. So people are coming, logging on from all over the world, and we have fabulous music, just like what you're doing. We wrap and weave the beautiful Celtic harp, and the dancers and and everything will be interwoven with the incredible storytelling. And I have Elizabeth Kelly, who is with the Holy Order of Mary Magdalene. There's only one woman a year that is ordained in the Holy Order of Magdalene, and it's an unbroken lineage of the first group of women that Mary Magdalene ordained, who they've kept a paper trail going down through the ages. And so Elizabeth will be the one who will be speaking and sharing. So we will have an auspicious night. But the more important energetic message that I receive in vision is that we must join, we must gather, we must set that intention with the candle to hold love in our hearts, and then share it. That's our job. We just bring the love in and we share it. So I'm very grateful to you, Mark, I'm your supporter and devotee of whatever next you're doing. I just love it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you.
Wow. Christy, do you think next time you could be a little more enthusiastic and energetic?
Well, you know, it's my most favorite thing in the world. And when I tell these stories, that's the gift that these stories bring, is that it gets to rekindle and you get to reimagine yourself in that joyous, ecstatic state. So
Well, your joy and your ecstasy and coffee, I tell you. 10 o'clock tonight, you just gave us the burst we all needed. Thank you for that, Christy.
yeah, it's like,
We-
come on, heaven on earth is now. not
We almost
tomorrow.
we almost had to kick her off the after party. She was too much of a party.
Yeah, I get that. Well, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're gonna hear from a few of our other people that have come on. Just got a few people left who have asked to share, and we gave Christy extra time because she's doing an event and she's put so much time and energy into it. But just a reminder to please keep your shares to 1 minute. We've got, I think, 3 or 4 people that want to share, and I'm really happy to see the donations are still coming in. Thank you, Gabrielle. My wife's name is Gabrielle. Gary Woolman, you're up.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you. Although you might want to look at the camera. If you know where the camera is, that way you're kind of looking at us. Right now you're looking up. That'll do it. There you go.
Sitting down in my chair here.
That's part of the Zoom adventure.
So good to be with you all here from the other side of the world, here in Melbourne, Australia, where we're at the beginning of our second lockdown. What I'm most inspired about in our sharings here is exactly that, this shared participation that ignites that pilot flame in the engagement that you offer among so many luminaries. And I want to sing a song to honor that, and we'll also place this song here for all of us to see, because I'd like to sing this with you in the second round. It goes simply like this. We are the people at the height of our power. Here is the place, now is the hour. We recognize our sacred worth. We have the power to transform the earth. Sing it with me. We are the people at the height of our power. The people at the height of our power. Here is the place, now is the hour.
Here is the place, now is the hour.
We recognize our sacred worth.
We recognize our sacred worth.
We have the power to transform the earth.
We
have the power to transform the earth.
Thank you, Gary. Unfortunately, we don't have the power to harmonize on Zoom. We haven't worked that power out yet, but we'll do our best. Thank you, Gary. That's sweet. Okay, next up, we've got Deborah Haviland and then Suze Robbins. Just turn on your camera, Suze, so I know that you're there. Deborah, spotlight's on you.
How wonderful. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What is that in front of me? There. Okay. Clicking on technology. Oh my gosh. So wonderful to laugh. That really was funny. Christy's enthusiasm. Oh boy. I thought sometimes I was really enthusiastic. That took the cake. So anyway, just wanting to really thank everyone and so much love here. It really does. It is an amazing feeling because I honestly feel like way back in the 70s, there was a group of us that was really leading the way, and we were saying these same things in the 70s. I mean, and seeing, having spaceships land and contact on Mount Shasta and retreats everywhere. And it's just, I just feel like we're going. We are the Soul Tribe, and new generations are coming in and carrying the torch, and it is just so beautiful. And because of all this inspiration, I am leading a Zoom that will be coming up this Thursday, and will be on Thursdays at 3 p.m. California time and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There it is. Thank you, Scott. Scott, who does everything to make this happen, is amazing. So, yes, and I am part of the Love Coach Academy, and I'm so grateful for the amazing community and family that we have, and all the Zooms and teachings and people coming out of this Love Coach Academy. And so I have always been about the universal heart wisdom since the day I was born on Easter Day, April 9th, 1950, even though I think I'm 45 forever. And just that we've got to be doing this life through our heart. You know, it's all coming through the heart, and ascension is all about mastering divine love and having it vibrate in every cell of our consciousness, heart, mind, body, and soul. And so I will be bringing on leaders, movers, shakers, authors, like the people tonight, you know, these, all of you, amazing people who are leading the way, spiritual guides, wisdom teachers, healers, artists, dancers, musicians. And so please tune into us through the Love Coach Academy and on our individual pages, Deborah Haviland and Radiance Tyler. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Big twinkling. And yeah, Love Coach Academy is providing a lot. We do 2 or 3 online webinars every day. And they're great. They're led by amazing love coaches. I do something every Sunday. Tune in to me tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Those are my dogs that are excited about the show tomorrow for my Sacred Sunday show. And it's inspirational, so you can definitely come on in. And also, just while we're on Love Coach Academy for one more moment, again, Paul Sterling, who's one of our love coaches, is offering some really cool stuff. If you go to arguelesslovemore.net/free book, you'll get a free copy of his book, and it's a really good book. You can also do /quiz and take a quiz to find out where you stand with your relationship. Or if you're interested in getting some coaching, go to .com/talk. So arguelesslovemore.com/talk. And these are some offerings that we're providing to you. So thank you very much. All right. Suze, are you there? You are. Speaking of Love Coach Academy, they were at my Relationship Essentials class I taught this morning. And so here's Suze and her husband.
Get closer. We're arguing. Get closer. Get closer. We had the pleasure of meeting Deborah this morning too, and I'm exhausted. And you're 3 hours later than here. So we have a wonderful place for a personal kind of retreat near the ocean in Coos Bay, Oregon. And we are just loving all the things you're offering, and have set up a couple of sacred spaces where we can see the stars and the sky right by our giant redwood trees. I'm a tree person, Gary's a star person, and we're glad we found you.
Great. Thank you, Gary. Anything you want to add?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, thank you.
It's been an interesting show.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, we have a good time. Well, you know, this show wouldn't happen without the incredible, amazing work that Deborah Giusti does. And so we're almost done. I'm going to turn it over to Deborah for any final thoughts she wants to offer. Deborah, you're muted.
Thank you, Scott. And I want to make sure if Mark or Clifford wants to say anything else before we do any final closings, because I see Clifford is still hanging in there, which is beautiful. Hey, Clifford.
Well, I'm just taking this all in. It's wonderful to hear all these things that are happening throughout the country and throughout the universe. All I want to say to the participants on this cast is to continue to do the belief in yourself and let other things just go away without you having to have any effect on your open-mindedness and your heart center. and to continue to be an individual and to be with the tribe and not let anything else interfere with our goal toward kindness, cooperation, and taking care of each other, Mother Earth, and to be more attentive to our star brothers and our star ancestors. We will be going through a lot, but now that we have a group that we can all talk together and others will start working with us. And so this is my message to all those people that are out there that maybe have a question or maybe they're not sure, but there's nothing to be afraid of. We are all together and we will continue to be with each other and help each other along and continue to carry each other and to help each other throughout any crisis that we go through now and in the future. So that is all I can say to the group out there. And we are all here for you. The light workers are working. The spiritual people are very connected with all others throughout the universe, especially in our solar system. Our brothers have always been here, as I said, and they're waiting for us to ask for their help. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clifford. Such an
Thank
honor to
you.
have you with
Beautiful.
us. And of course, Mark, are there any final remarks you'd like to make tonight? You're muted, Mark. Mark, you're muted. We're not hearing you. Mark?
Mark calling Orson. Mark calling Orson. Come in, Orson.
Now for Mark's next magic trick.
Okay. Yeah, my computer is a little funky that the built-in microphone doesn't work. So I need this to talk to you. I can hear you just fine. I just want to say to everyone, thank you. I thought this program was amazing, the best yet. Scott and Deborah, my hat is off to you. You run such a tight show, a tight ship. It's a pleasure working with you and supporting you in the ways that I can, in the way that you support me. And this is a collaboration. What I have learned through this experience of the harmonic convergence is that this is not, a thing like this doesn't happen from one or two or three people. It's a collaboration. And all of us here has had a hand in making this evening a magical experience. We all contribute to creating a reality that we all want to see manifest. And I believe in this. I believe that we are a movement of possibilities. And by just coming together, this is like a little tribe that we're creating around a fire with a common vision, and that simply is to bring love and peace and harmony to get into the equation, and we will see something beautiful come out of it beyond our wildest dreams. And it's happening. I know that it's going to happen, and we just want to keep the momentum going. And so next week we have the Day Out of Time on July 25th. And I know that's going to be even better yet. So I'll see you all there.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you so much, Mark, for everything. Deborah, any final words?
There's one more person that would like to come on and announce something they're doing. Tamar Sadeh, can you bring them on?
Okay, but yeah, got it. Found her. All right, Tamar, you should be here. Looking for you. There she is. So you got to turn your camera on. And
that's a question. Let's see right here. Okay, I found it. And
okay, we hear you and we see you.
Okay, I am looking for the flyer that just I missed it. But anyway, I promised I'll do it in 1 minute, and I am gonna do it. But before, I just must tell Mark that the Harmonic Convergence was absolutely an affirmation for the opening of the light portal, and that existence is ecstatic and everyone is here, and we are right now bursting into the veil to show ourselves. And you know, everything is so in alignment and so perfect, and so everything that's happening, everything that happened here is all we're weaving humanity's consciousness, and we're turning on the light. And so another event that's happening that I just joined forces with as the first venture of this, me coming out to do my gift to humanity and to the world, is there is a 3-day on the July 24, 25, and 26. It's called Harmonize Humanity, harmonizehumanity.org. The day out, it's going to be a big celebration also about the day out of time, and ushering in the new year and the new era. And me personally, just to say that I'm trained in the way of Jose Arguelles. So the 13 moon calendar and all the magic that comes with this knowledge that open up, you know, existence in me and around me is right now through all of us. And I hope if you can, please join, or maybe we can collaborate and show something with Saturday Night Live. And you guys are doing such amazing work, Deborah, really, and Scott too. Thank you, and everyone. I love you, and thank you. And I think that's a minute.
A couple, but that's okay. Thank you, Tamar. And that sounds like a beautiful, and thank you. Somebody put your email out, or your website right here in the chat box, harmonizehumanity.org. Thank you. All right. You know, I had one thought for you, Mark. I think the next song you should do is that wonderful song by The Who. Who are you? Who? You get a fun that one, right? Given that you do the Who meditation.
Yeah.
And I'm a big Who fan. All right. I think some of us need to eat. Some of us need to go to the bathroom. Some of us need to say thank you for a fantastic night. Please join us. Lots of good stuff on Love Coach Academy all week long. And of course, next week, please join us for a day out of time from 11 a.m. until, well, we'll see how late we go into the evening. It's going to be a very special day. And also next Friday night, on my Friday night talk show, Straight Talk, we're going to have, maybe I'll see if I can get Laura Eisenhower. We're going to get a couple of the other people we heard tonight, and a lot of the videos that are coming into Mark and into New Story. So that's going to be a chance. And if you've got videos or stories, reach out to me or reach out to New Story, and maybe we'll have you come on the show. Thank you, everybody. Have a fantastic weekend.
Much love. Much love.
Be safe out there. Be kind. Be gentle. Good night, everybody.